Hey, Cox, welcome. He lives, yes. I haven't died. Well, still don't feel great, so let's see how it goes today. Talking for prolonged periods of time is probably not gonna be great. For the flu. Again, we'll see. Okay. Yeah. Just crawling out of my deathbed. Not really. I've just not... I cannot like talk for a very long time without my throat getting sore. At least that's how it was. Past couple of days. So... I was able to I actually needed to learn about this game. The game we are gonna play today is very complex. So just going in and streaming it without any knowledge would not be good. It's Bunkers. So hopefully it's like with the Hearts of Iron 4 stream, which I think a lot of people enjoyed. The only reason people enjoyed it was because I was able to explain what I'm doing. Yeah, so, you know, this is sort of the same thing. It's like Hearts of Iron, but like significantly more complex. But not in a bad way. It's really good. And yeah, the game can be a bit intimidating. That's why I think it's good to go through it slowly and just explain. She's still gonna be... I don't know if I'm gonna do a great job at it, but I should know quite a bit about the game at this point. Let's find another one. Battle Brothers Barbarian team. Yeah, sure. Oh, thanks. Yes, it matters. People, where Czechoslovakia? No. I mean, there is Czech Republic and Slovakia in the game, but... yeah. Let's leave English as a tag. There you go. Thanks. Yes, Kate's team building mandatory trip. Hey, Boris, welcome. Alright, so hello, welcome. Today we'll be playing Terra Invicta as Humanity First. Because of course, what other faction would you play than Humanity First? If you know anything about the game, you know why. If not, don't worry. I'll be explaining everything, but not immediately, because this game is... well, to say it's a bit complex would be an understatement. But you would easily get overwhelmed if I just try to explain everything at once, so instead, I'm just gonna start playing it and explain as we go. Okay. So, before we even start, let's talk about what this game is. Is this the one with alien collaborators? Yes. But not the faction. The Humanity First is the opposite of the collaborators. So, yeah, these are the settings for noise. Let me know if this is alright for noises. So, what is this game? This game is, if you've ever played games like Xenonauts or XCOM, but instead of playing squad-based tactical fights and only caring about an organization that protects humanity, but like the humans don't really act like humans in those games where they don't actually like do anything. You are there as the sole thing that actually protects them, which, if you know anything about humanity, we have so many divisions amongst ourselves as a species that a unified effort like that would not be really possible, and people would immediately just, you know, if there were aliens, people would go absolutely ape, like countries would go ape on each other. And this is a simulator of that. So this game is like XCOM or Xenonauts, but grand strategy, basically. And you will constantly be trying to put together the fraying shambles of humanity, because the world is gonna go to shit regardless of what you do. But your goal is gonna be as a faction. Depends what faction you pick. There are several. I'm gonna explain what they are. Hey there, guys, welcome. Is there really any other way? Yes. If you've played other factions, like they are either naive or straight up traitors to humanity, and not in a good way. Like their entire reasoning is just misguided and like completely wrong. But it's a game. It's fine. It's good for flavor to be able to play as the bad people. But we are technically the bad people, because the game says that Humanity First is an extremist faction, and the reason for it is Humanity First wants to destroy all aliens. Regardless of what the aliens want or where they come from, they are evil and they want to threaten humanity and we need to destroy them. And there is, you know, I'm not gonna spoil you why and what the aliens want and why did they arrive, because I want you to read the story with me as we go through it. But suffice to say, that's what Humanity First wants. Before we start, you pick your faction, so I'm gonna just quickly go through this list, okay? So Resistance. Resistance is the vanilla faction, and Resistance is a faction that does not necessarily want to destroy the aliens, it just wants to destroy all aliens that threaten Earth. And that means any aliens that land on it, or are in the orbit, or threaten its, facilities in space, are fair game, but not going to seek out the aliens to absolutely destroy them, no. So like a softcore Humanity First, basically. And so you have a scale of like, if we imagine on the left, you would have the servants, which are the opposite of Humanity First, because Humanity First would be on the right, like destroy all aliens, right? On the left, you probably have it flipped because Cam. On the left, you've got the servants, and then on the right, the Humanity First. The servants want to subjugate humanity under the will of the aliens, regardless of what it takes, regardless of how many casualties it takes. All they want is to let ourselves be completely and utterly subjugated. And then you've got factions that are closer or further away from them, and then you have centrists, right? And so we've got the Resistance, which is sort of like Humanity First but less extreme. You've got Humanity First. Then you've got the Initiative. The Initiative is a centrist faction. It is the faction that has the strongest start in the game. It starts with a whole bunch of influence in the world and everything, but then when the aliens happen, everyone will move towards extreme values when we find out something later on. But at the start, the Initiative is what rules most of the countries in terms of how many people trust them, because they are the centrists. Then you have the Servants, which are the people who want to destroy humanity and subjugate it to the aliens. Then you have the Protectorate, which are people who want to not necessarily destroy humanity, but they want to give aliens what they want in order to remain in power and survive. Okay? So that's the Protectorate. Then you've got the Academy. The Academy is... Oh boy. Oh no, sorry. Initiative, I messed it up. Academy is the one that starts with most influence in the world at the start, and Initiative is rich people who want to dominate Earth and the alien technology in order to dominate and rule Earth. But anything that gets in their way is a fair game. So, sort of like hardcore, exploitative... it's not straight up capitalist, like maybe a little bit, but not necessarily. Like it has something to do with that. And then you've got Project Exodus, which is the last faction, and that's centrists as well. These people want to leave Earth. Their belief is that aliens are insurmountable and we need to build enough resources and everything to leave and just not come back. Initiative to 1%. Yeah, sort of. But it's more complicated than that. They... it's not just the elite. It's also that there are a lot of evil people, and it's like, yeah, you just, if you can get it, these people will reflect what they do in the world as well. Like if they take control of a country, the Initiative will often do spoils. They will ruin the country's economy in order for them to get rich, and they don't care what happens to the rest of the world. So, each of these factions will have their own agenda and what they want to do. So like if you imagine the Project Exodus, who wants to get rid of or get away from Earth, will often just prioritize getting mission control and boost, which means getting into space in even like I've seen countries like Guinea having some boost, like a space program. So, they really prioritize it. Depends on what kind of faction you pick. Then the rest will kind of revolve around that. It's really important in this game to not antagonize everyone around you. It's really, really important because people will absolutely go after you if you take any of their stuff. So let's read the chat. The premise sounds intriguing. It is. It is, again, like XCOM, but grand strategy with... I think the aliens are done well in this game. I know the story, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's unique. And it makes sense, like I absolutely agree. If there was a species of aliens that came here, I would say that this is like very likely what they would be like. And you also have the people who are like in the center, like the naive people. Like, we want to communicate with them and it's gonna be fine. And they find the aliens, and then when they investigate the sites, they like, we send forward an unarmed investigator. Immediately gets ripped apart by a monster. You know. We are humanity first though, we bring 50 cows. So, you know. We have a different approach. But something to be said, this game is revolving around RNG. Any action you do has a chance of success depending on your skills, of your counsels, and just generally, even the start itself. Like, it could happen that you reload into a game and it's gonna give you like very shit start, or it could be a really good start. And so I made sure that we have like mediocre start. But I'm gonna play the beginning so that you see the cinematics and everything. But then after that, I'm gonna load into a game where I made sure that we have something that's workable. Otherwise, you'd be sitting here for like 10 reloads, and no one wants that, okay? Hope that makes sense. And bonus redeemed, assuming there is some way to get my name in. Oh, yes. Counselors can be named. Armies, I think. Space stations, ships, when we have spaceships later. But that's gonna take a long time. I play very slowly, like in Hearts of Iron.
From the comfort of my villa, I perceive life here to be very good.
Welcome. 1 year, oh yeah. Amazing. Thanks for that. Welcome, welcome. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was reading chat. Humanity first, the resistance, but proactive. Yeah, the resistance is just, you know, they don't necessarily want to destroy the aliens. Humanity first wants to find the aliens where they live and destroy them. Like, utterly, because they are a threat to humanity. And again, I don't want to spoil anything, so we'll see. But like, they're one of the factions which, if you play them, you will agree with them a lot as you find more and more about the aliens. Let's just say that. But yeah, we will learn about other factions as well. So we'll just select regular settings so that I can show you the cinematics, and then it'll load into my save, right? Something else, I'm using mods. I'm using mod that increases maximum amount of stats for each person that they can potentially achieve, all the way up to 40 instead of 25, which is for me and the AI. It's not just for me, and AI does use that as well. Something else, we start regular control points, so we cannot control very large countries at start, things like that. I don't really remember if I use anything to game changing. Morris says ships, sounds like ESG Isomosku Yamamoris will lead a fleet. Yeah, I mean, eventually, but if this game takes a long time to get going. Hello, welcome. I'm feeling better a bit, but a lot of talking could lead to me getting a sore throat again, because I haven't been talking much past couple of days and still not feel great. So let's hope it doesn't go there, but unfortunately I picked this game, which means I have to explain everything that exists, because people will probably have no idea otherwise. So, but it's a really good game, so let's hope it works out. So let's play the cinematic. It's gonna load, and then, you know, it's gonna play the things. I'll be reading most of the messages, but if it's a really simple message, I might just sum it up for you. Learning games through Mark is always fun. Well, if you decide to pick it up, again, this game can be really intimidating. Because it's complex, and it gets more complex as you get into it. New things unlock, and it requires you to like switch focuses entirely from what you were doing previously. It's good, but also I would say not very friendly to new people. The game explained to me like 10 times now. Well, there are a lot of things to learn about this game, so who knows? Maybe you'll learn something new from me as well. Maybe not. A masochist with an extra large teacup. It is. Just the regular... No, in fact, this teacup is actually the regular size. It's just that I'm very tiny. For a regular person, this would be, you know, just for your pinky. For me, it's a bathtub.
We remember the day the stars answered. The day we learned we were not alone. As a familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe, some of us saw wondrous possibility, and others, existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty.
Meta has changed. They updated a lot of the things that people used a lot.
In our ignorance, we
it's really annoying.
taking refuge in our most primal emotions.
If you know how it worked before, that is.
Every war is won well before it is fought. Leaders must be prepared, their plans in place, and their weapons ready. The sheepdog cannot be trained when the wolves already hunt the flock. Our enemy is surely stronger. Their plans are noble, but this is our home.
Exactly, but not just that.
Our fortress or our home. There is only victory or death.
Yes, we are the big red hand. Not just that, unions are important but harder to get. Unifications through war are harder to get. Reason? You suffer a penalty if you declare a rival and then immediately attack.
Reporting for duty, Colonel. The council has appointed you leader of
No, aren't not. I wouldn't say they are not. They are like the opposite of not. Not is this. Do we know about the servants immediately? Servants are not. In terms of, you know, factional thing. Yes, logo. Big red hand. I don't know why they have it. It doesn't really reflect much. But, you know, it's what it is. We are the big red hand. The announcer relevant Loktaroga. Yeah. He is gonna be our general advisor, but we are the leader of the faction, and otherwise, I'm gonna, first, before we start anything, as I said, I have a save that's actually serviceable, which we can load into, and it's the same settings as we are running right now. Actually, this one is different. This one has us start with more cap. I don't want that. So let's load my save I prepared. Stream start. There we go. Kid doesn't like the aliens. He wants to use them for... Yes, but that's completely different than Humanity First, Lotherington. The initiative is definitely Kane-like. They, you know, exploit the aliens and the tech. The Humanity First is not the initiative. The initiative is closer to the centrist, really. It's like the academy, sort of, but more exploitative. Lots of Deca, yes. Our faction is all about Deca, in fact, but unfortunately for everyone involved, it's gonna be all about economy at first. Like, before we actually meet any aliens, it's gonna be a little while. Because first it's gonna be the scramble for Earth. To claim as much territory as possible, I'm gonna have to explain everything, so fun. But let's not get into like the small little details. I'm gonna just start with the basics so that we don't get lost. Is there a Marek stream if Marek and I have a nerdy argument about something literally no one else would care about? Yeah. I mean, it's not an argument. If you look at the faction ethos, like, they don't really... the Humanity First, their entire premise is not to use the alien technology, but to find and destroy the aliens by any means necessary. And that's it. They don't have anything about, you know, exploiting their fellow man or the alien technology, anything like that. It's not an argument. Yeah, but I mean... Look it up, you know. The initiative, you might have confused them with the initiative, because the initiative totally is like that. But it's combination, not like symbol, and then a completely different ideology. So, like, I get why you would confuse them, but they are not very not like. Okay, so solar system first. Before we even do anything, this is exactly as I've loaded the game. So as I loaded, I skipped all the cinematics we've seen, and that's it. So I didn't do anything. This is how we start. So before we do anything else, let's look at the solar system. So this is Earth, this is our solar system, and this is what we know about it. We don't know about any aliens, we know about all the celestial bodies. There is planet Earth. The planet Earth has 2 stations around it. There is Tingong Station, which is under control of a faction that's Project Exodus, which are the people who want to leave Earth. And then we've got the ISS, which is under control of the Academy, the centrists, right? Same way, if we look at composition of Earth and how opinions differ on the globe, we see how many people support which faction, and we see that most people actually support the Academy, 21%, alright? New DLC faction, most first. Kill 99% of the aliens and slaughter the rest, and meantime use the technology against them. Yeah. This game was in early access a long time. I don't think it's gonna get any DLC. If it does, I'm gonna be surprised. But yeah, I mean, I would get it. It has Pluto. I mean, yeah, it's not a planet. It's a thing. It's a celestial object. If we click on it, where is it? It's Uranus. Pluto? Where is freaking Pluto? I'm so dumb. It should be like in the outer rim, right? Pluto, there we go. Yeah, it's labeled as planetoid, yes. Red belt dwarf planet. So it is a planet, but a dwarf one. Okay. That's why the aliens are invading, yes. Okay. So we start with 2 counselors. Before I talk about the counselors, actually, so we have Earth, right? It's October 2022, and the state of the world is as such, including territorial changes. And so you've got, for example, a war in Ukraine going on. Okay. Things that matter. On the very top, on the left, you can see that we have money, 200 currently, and we have an income. Money is used to buy organizations and mostly just for events, and later on you will use it to support crew, because every space station needs to be, upkept with money. But actual armies and things like that, they are under control of nations, not you, so you don't pay people like that. But it's good to keep some on hand. You start with 200. Then we've got influence. Influence is what you use to hire counselors, which are people who do tasks for you, but you can only have a limited amount of them, and do other actions, as well as get organizations. It's a really important resource, and you get certain amount of it dependent on how many people on the entire planet support your cause. So the more, the better. If you commit atrocities, people stop liking your faction that much, but we are humanity first. Atrocities are second nature. Ops, military personnel. You send this. If you do a mission, you can spend this resource, or you spend cash or influence to boost your chances to succeed at the mission if your stats are not quite there. Boost. Rocket. Go to space, do things. The best place to launch things into space is in 2022 still Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. It has 30 capacity per year, which is in total more than USA has. So yeah, that's a thing. Kazakhstan is a country. It's a standalone country, even though it is part of Eurasian Union with Russia. So that's a target. The AI is drawn to Kazakhstan like moth to a flame for obvious reasons. Also, the aliens have landed in freaking Don. Rostov on Don, yeah. Okay. That's not landing, it's a crash site. But, you know what I mean? And then we've got this resource, which is a mission control, which means how many stations can you support? And not just stations, but modules. Some modules take this resource, and ships, and things like that. All of that will take mission control. And mission control needs to be, either countries can make it and have it. Like, for example, US starts with 6 mission control. It can invest into getting more, but it takes a little while to get going, and then you can also get it from specialized modules like a command center, which requires huge amounts of energy to make it happen. So those are the basics. Let's go forward with research. Research, used for researching things in this tab. These 3 on top are things that are researched globally. Each faction contributes towards these 3 technologies, and whoever contributes the most picks the next one. Okay, the bottom ones here, you only start with 1 slot at the start, you get more as you go. This is your personal research. If you research something here, you only get it. But the technologies here are only unlocked through getting the prerequisites in this main tree. So this is there so that you cannot monopolize something. So that if you research something, AI has access to it as well, right? And it's on them if they decide to get it or not. But it's so that you cannot tech rush ahead of the other countries. More counselors, more better, yes. Counselors are great. State of the world is ass, so much I understand. Probably had it too, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say you are wrong. If we kill the other factions, they can hate us. The upside of that. Yes, but you cannot kill factions in this game. You have to live with them existing. And it's really hard to control enough territory to even do that. Like, they will still get counselors, even if there is no valid country for them to exist in. They'll still get counselors and attack your countries forever. So, you need to not antagonize every faction. You need to realize where you are in the spectrum. And if someone close to your spectrum takes territory close to you, well, you better hope that some enemy takes over, because otherwise you cannot attack them without antagonizing them forever, and they will never leave you alone, and they will pass through constantly, and you don't want that. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a thing. So first, yeah, we talked about research, control points. This is, you start with 100, and then we have 25 extra. 25 because you have counselors, and each counselor has a skill set, and this dude has, if you have skills that are persuasion, command, or administration, these 3 each increase your total control cap by 1 for each point you have in these. And so that means that you can in total control more territory. Yes, we can rename him. I even will want to change his portrait. I just loaded into the game. I didn't take a look at the people yet. So that's who we got here. But I'm just explaining how the control cap works. And it's not just 1 point for every country. No, each country, depending on how valuable it is, takes more of this resource. And if you are over this capacity, you can go over. But if you do, what will happen is people will get significant bonuses to attack your territory. And you don't want that, plus you will rapidly lose influence, which is horrible for you because you need it, especially early on. Okay? Next, these are space resources. I'm not gonna go into them yet, because they don't matter, so just ignore this part. Alright? Or the more useful of the counselors needs to be a better name. Oh yeah, you did already, man. I mean, I have another guy, I have a spy, and we have a politician. These are my 2 starting characters, so we will want to hire another one. I'm gonna take a look quickly. Who do we have? Commando, it's not what I need. I need an evangelist or someone. And the roster is pretty bad. Oh, I'm gonna hate myself for this. Oh, now there's an evangelist here. He is agitator, which means that he gets bonuses when the country he's active in is not very educated or cohesive. Inscrutable is fine. And he's rich, which means he has some income, which is alright. Martyr. If he dies, we get a bonus for popularity of our faction across the world, which is a good trait to have. We're definitely gonna pick him up. He's old, but I don't care. If his life is gonna be thrown away, it's gonna be for a good cause. Let's recruit this dude. So we've got an evangelist, we've got a spy, and we've got a politician. Gosh, blind, what a name. Yeah, some of the names are special. Okay, so let's make Morris happen. I'm just gonna want... This is a politician figure. I don't like him. He looks very weird. I'm gonna change him to something normal. Suppose we can have Morris be this. Politician... Morris. There you go. And the second one, this is not gonna display, so that's just for me to know who I'm controlling easily, right? And he is... you don't really get to know what this will mean gameplay-wise yet, so like, that's not much point going over it for me, but this is good. Quick learner is always good. An opinion leader, which is if he's active in a country that has high democracy value, he gets a bonus persuasion, which is the main skill you use to take over countries. He's gonna be our main, Morris is gonna be our main person to do peaceful takeovers and boosting public opinion of our faction. He also starts with some XP, and we can go ahead and pick up 2. Shouldn't have done that, should have gone with Media Darling, but too late. So let's just go ham on that persuasion. Then we've got the spy. Does anyone want to be the spy? It's like a default name for a generic. My parents must have really hated me giving me that name, but I guess it's fair given that I look like I have a semi-popular alt-right YouTube channel. Alex wanted to be a spy, okay. Can switch.
Evading pursuit.
Alright. Well, one of these that fits. You can go this. You can go with this. Whatever you want, really. Dealer's choice, okay. I'm just gonna blindly pick one. Did I click on someone? There you go. Okay. Spike Alex. And she is furtive, which means that we cannot know her loyalty very well, but she has good espionage. This is the stat, that's the murder stat. That's what you want on your spies. It affects how well they can do purges and assassinations. Which is really good. You need that. You are playing as a secret organization. If you didn't gather that, like, secret to an extent. We will publicize our intentions to the world, but the world will not do anything about our existence. But we will take over countries and things. So, I don't know what to tell you about that. But that's how it is. Okay. And you can notice that there are some pretty bad people in here. These are the organizations. You either, if you are a government or a criminal, you get to pick either criminal organizations or government organizations to boost your stats. Organizations usually cost an upkeep but give you bonuses. Okay. The women look a lot better than the men in this game, which isn't saying much. Yeah, I mean, it's also the case in most games. We still have a evangelist to name. If someone wants to be an evangelist, let me know. It's gonna be a person that's gonna help us turn over countries peacefully. And he starts with a bunch of XP, but I'm not gonna spend it unless he can get something really good. We could give him Firebrand, but that's bad because it will affect his persuasion negatively as he's in a rich country. We'll take it, okay. Do you want me to keep his portrait and everything? He's fine, okay. Okay, he's 50 is fine, but not great. I already suspect we might have to find a new Letterington somewhere later on. But for now he will serve. The big red hand must grow stronger. We still can recruit additional chancellor or counselor, but we cannot have it because I would need one of the good ones, which is 60 influence, and we don't have that. So in order to get that, what we'll need to do is take over some stuff. So we know that the aliens have crash landed on Earth. Our objective is to investigate this site. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Also, I'm sorry, but I cannot see my bar here. You cannot see it either, so let's fix that. Let's go for... Why is it switched to this? Doesn't make any sense, this. Apply changes, yes. Did it change anything? Nope. That's bad. I might have to go full screen. Okay, I clicked the main menu. This is bad. Maybe a water brand would be more useful. Water brand. Depends which country you want to turn, I guess. But yeah, the firebrand is only good if you operate in like really low development countries usually. You should be able to still see it. I have it on full screen now. So let's continue. Did I save the video game? I think I did. You can transcend into new bodies eventually. You can, yes. But this game, like every year, is a significant period of time. So I'm gonna talk about the actions. So each week you get to pick one action for each counselor to do. But as the world stabilizes a bit later, then it will turn into you only get 2 actions per month. So 1 action per 15 days, right? That makes any sense. Hey Claude, welcome. I'm feeling a bit better, thanks. But still not great. Somehow I don't think Humanity First would be all that popular in the developed world. Depends. They usually take over the US, which we'll do as well. Still important. We need someone who has nukes, so we will be doing that. But we cannot go directly to the US because US is too big and rich to be taken over by like a bunch of absolute nobodies. What we'll need to do is take over Canada and Mexico and then go through the border in order to get border pressure. The more countries you control around the country, the more influential you can be with things. So at least that's the plan. So yeah, we are back. Now we can actually see things. Let's go to Earth. So, strategy. Each faction will start to take over countries. Before we investigate this UFO crash land site, we need to kind of establish ourselves. So, we need to pick a country. As I said, I want to go for the US. There are different things you can do. But, as I said, the best one for the boost is Kazakhstan, for sure. I might consider throwing someone at it early on to try to wrestle control. But it's not reliable. Currently welcomes everyone. Yeah, I mean, currently it is the initiative, or sorry, the academy leading it, and so as everyone else, it's the naive belief, oh, the aliens are gonna be great, we are gonna treat them as equals, yes. Try telling that to a giant reptilian monster that rips people apart. So, we did level up our people. We don't have any more influence, so we can just start. So, let's take a look. So, politician, Morris is gonna... Come on. Oh, yeah, Morris does have public campaign. I was thinking where it went. So, if I want to go into Canada, I have 45% chance of success, which is not horrible. That's a good chance. If we went to Mexico, it would be 20, because it doesn't have that bonus. It doesn't have enough democracy for Morris to be affecting them. I need to talk about country stats, which is... Again, this game, if you hover over any of these tabs, like, there's a lot to read and learn and do. I'm not gonna tell you every single thing, because literally it would be impossible, and it doesn't matter at this point. All you need to know is we are trying to wrestle control of a country, and it depends. If the country is democratic, it is easier for us because our politician has a stat that, or a trait that boosts it, okay? I'm gonna talk about what kind of things work in the background once we actually take over something. So let's go to Canada. We'll spend a little bit of influence to get ourselves a better chance. I'm gonna roll this dice. 74%. And then Calix is a spy. She could investigate the aliens, but I also want to boost our public opinion, but Calix is not great at persuasion, so it has a relatively low success chance. I would have to throw a bunch of money at the campaign to make it succeed. But in Canada, it could actually be reasonable, so I'm gonna go with that. Calix is gonna work with Morris, and then Letherington is our evangelist. So if we went ahead and tried to boost public opinion in the US, it would actually go fairly well. Oh, he has 9 persuasion, right? This could actually be... No, going straight for Mexico would not work. Even though it's reasonable, I would have to spend a lot of influence. I'm gonna boost our popularity first in here and just throw a little bit of money at it to ensure it works. Before we do anything else, let's also take a look at the organizations. These are... Oh yeah, there's no organizations we can use, but... So, character stats. Administration, as I told you, raises your cap. Not only that, but also it improves how many corporate or organizations you can own on a certain counselor. So Morris can own up to 6 points of organizations. Each can take multiple points, like this one takes 3. But we don't have any organizations that are cheap and affordable. We rolled horribly, and so we only got this, which is a really bad one, and we cannot even afford it because it's for influence. So, well, as I said, RNG is definitely part of life in this game, and this is just one facet of it. So, unfortunately, we cannot have nice things. That's fine. We'll get more eventually, but for now, it's sort of a middle finger by the game to us. Not a great persuader, but my vet work is excellent, yeah. I mean, we will see once we need to get rid of some people, which we will, especially with Purge later. It's more about the dagger than the cloak. Would we rather... Oh, okay. Shouldn't even say that, but yeah. I mean, as I said, there are some pretty bad people, but we don't have anyone with a criminal trait. We'll not be picking up any of those. We'll be picking up government organizations, so... You know, once we take over a country, we can, like, go with US stuff. Oh, thanks for the gift subs. Just One Man Dog, welcome, welcome. Just One Man Dog is a follower from YouTube, I believe. We chatted about some games before. So, welcome. Thanks for the gift subs. Very generous of you. Okay, let's confirm our actions. We did pick a research. Audience research. This is gonna give us a little bit of influence, which is fine. We can just leave it as it is. It's gonna take some time before we get it, and we can also distribute. So these squares, what this means is how much of your research is delegated towards that. I'm gonna start by putting each equal amount to the different researches, and we'll see what happens. Maybe mission to space doesn't need to get attention, but then we risk the AI picking something stupid, so maybe we want to do that anyway. Okay, So the basics are explained. Let's hit the unpause button. We'll be playing slowly because I play slowly. Yeah, no problem. Glad to have you around finally. Not much Caesar lately because, again, working on the campaign, it's a massive project, but it's almost done. 2 maps are left. So hopefully in the near future it should be complete. Okay, let's speed up the game. We don't miss anything really. It's, again, cycles of 7 days will be when you can do more actions and you cannot speed that up. 1. Humanity. The growing realizations that we are not sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. Okay, so we've got every nation gains cohesion. Cohesion is something I'll explain later. Public campaign successful in Mexico. Okay. So Latinton has succeeded.
Our case remains unheard.
Unfortunately, colleagues has failed in Canada to do a public campaign. There's a UN Security Council. Okay. The UN Security Council has met to discuss the alien arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the alien crash and preventing full access to the site. We have an opportunity to shape events to our advantage, even make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, with the eyes of the world on those meetings, our counselor's risk of exposure to enemies is extremely high. Let's deliver our manifesto to the world and get a bunch of influence and support. And before we do anything else, let's go into the hire screen and let's see who do we have. Does Dutch still seem more like swamp people than actual people? I mean, that's, again, this game, it has some naivety in it, and like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not exactly my cup of tea in every single facet, but some things are done extremely well. So a mixed bag for me, but I overly like it. But some of the things are very naive, and I don't want to, you know, let's not go into too much detail. But yeah, some of it doesn't make much sense. I know, very exciting stuff, but I was getting a little withdrawal, and I came to see if some secret season was happening. Yeah, I would play Caesar right now. We usually stream it a lot, but problem is with the campaign I just don't want to play the game much, because making so many maps in such a short period of time makes me just overdose on Caesar every single day. Going to see the founding of an empire here. Does that count? I don't know. I don't think there is an empire. It's every country will need to be democratic in the end. That's the only solution. You can't really run autocracy in this. Okay, who do we want? Let's take a look. So we've got a judge, who's a counselor. Demanding is horrible. For each critical failure, he will lose 1 loyalty, and like the game decides what happens. And it is definitely possible to roll like 4 critical fails over the course of like a year without any problems. So this person will turn against you very quickly, and he's also very old. So let's not do that. Professor could be good. Sociopath is fine. Pariah is not great, but he's from Brazil. We don't plan to go to Brazil. Agitator is alright. Physicist is fine. That's just a bonus. Anxious is horrible, but it's alright. And academic reduces his command stat to 0. But otherwise, pretty good character. I would definitely consider getting this dude. He's not that old. Like 5 years extra to 50 is actually pretty good in scope of the game. Brazil's best behavior. Well, so far I've seen the aliens mostly land in Brazil when they actually invade Earth later. Because it's no one really has any significant presence there, so you can just run rampant. And they're being ruled by an omniscient god in his game share. Yeah, you are not wrong, but it's going to be full democracy for everyone if we can help it. But changes happen slowly. So if you take any autocratic countries, it's gonna take a very long time for that to change. Demanding would be asking for blow and hookers. Yeah, no, that's another trait, like several actually, corrupt, indulgent, things like that. But so far we don't have anyone with that. This dude would actually give us a significant boost in our research and influence. Not horrible. I'm really liking him so far, but yeah, he could be used to inspire fellow counselors as well. Third counselor could be useful. But he's limited in his abilities quite a bit. Like, he doesn't have that much apart from the persuasion going for him. But we could amend his set of skills with organizations. Give him something else. Just for Mad Dog says, I appreciate that. I'll try to be patient and wait for the good stuff. Psyched to see the continued updates on the campaign. Yeah, no problem. I think you are in the Discord with us, so you might, if you want to, play the campaign missions yourself. There's 18 of them are ready, but some of them are still waiting on Caesar briefing. And other than that, we will get more content. And it is also, I know that you've been watching some of the older Season 3 videos, but there's always more. Like, the playlist for the custom maps is lots. So you probably can find some that you haven't seen yet. Right, so this is definitely someone we could make use of, but he's a little bit limited in terms of set of skills. So what about this astronaut? So this guy would be good command character. He could also control nation and public support, but he's not great at it. And what else does he have? Inspire, which is good. Limited because he's a Brazilian. No, it's because of the set of skills he has. Not particularly what we are looking for. We want people to have a lot of things they are capable of. Crew is good. It gives you some income of security personnel to use on missions. It's not huge, but it could help. Doctor is science. Demanding. Oh yeah, he's demanding. Let's not have that. Who do we have? Celebrity. From Southern Balkan states. Oh no, that's a lot of traits. Cautious. Cautious is okay. Earthbound is not something I worry about. Pollyanna is fine. Megastar is great. Well, great. It could be absolutely horrible, but it could also be fine. Depending. It gives you some influence, but if she gets discovered, she gets -8 to espionage. But espionage doesn't matter that much. It's security that matters for not being able to be assassinated easily. So there's that. Affluent is, she gets a little bit of money. Family ties, doesn't matter. Loss averse is horrible. Beloved, persuasion, yep, that's alright. Untouchable is fine, that's good for security. Indulgent, yeah, there we go. So she embezzles money, and when there's no money, she loses loyalty. So definitely something we need to be careful about if we decide to hire her. She's pretty young, which is good. And we could use her, but her skills are very limited. She's only good at persuasion, basically. So we would go like a full crew of persuasive characters and a spy, which I think is fine. But there could also be other things we might want to do. But I don't see a good character for command. There's this tech mogul. So conspiracy theorist. Striver is really good, and she's very young. Conspiracy theorist. She gets less persuasion, and then she's got a technocrat as well, which makes it so that she has even less persuasion where if she's operating in a country that doesn't have high education. That can suck, but a tech mogul has steal project action, hostile takeover action for administration, very high admin. And she can do aliens as well. She cannot kill aliens, but investigate them. That's important as well. And persuasion to complement. I think I want her, actually. instead of the celebrity. Let's do that. Alright. If anyone wants to be this character, let me know. You can rename anyone we want. She generates mad influence. Yeah, probably because she is... Well, the other one we saw, the celebrity. But it's not, you know, my influence per month is actually this, 44. So it would be like 1/5 extra. But we are getting this income number here is actually per day, I think. So that's how it's divided. But we've got another character, full set of counselors. If we want more, these 2 slots can still be counselors, but you need techs. And these 2 can be turned enemy counselors that you can have as double agents later on, but that's not something we need to concern ourselves about just yet. So what happened? We failed a public campaign in Canada and we succeeded in Mexico, and this is the breakdown of the public opinion. And so we gained a little bit of a foothold, but it still sucks for us. We are an extremist faction, so everyone else, definitely the centrists like the Academy, have a much higher foothold, especially in countries like the US. And that's gonna be a problem for us. So hopefully we can just wiggle our way in, but it could be really difficult. If we take a look at the world, did something happen yet? Not yet. Oh yeah, we also want to probably later take over North Korea. It's one control point, they have a nuke. So we could just make China waste some of its nukes, for example. Or South Korea, if we wanted to. If someone hostile exit over.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay, we succeeded with Morris.
For next mission.
Morris has secured first control point in Canada, and we've got a management team. So we need to pick what we want. Either we get +3 monthly influence, which is 3 out of 44 is not a really big difference. Or we could get 15 science per month, which we are getting 72. So that would actually be significant. Or we could go with 50 security personnel, or we could go with financiers. I'm gonna go with scientists and engineers. And let's take a look at Canada. So now at Morris, we've secured a control point in Canada. You see these 3 points here. Each one of them represents a different sector of the government. So this is mass media, has been taken over by Morris. And then the next point would be legislature, and then you have the executive. If you control the executive point, you can do the major decisions for the country, especially if you control it for 150 days, or sorry, 180 days. Afterwards, there's a cooldown period for the major decisions. Now to avoid Indian assassins, and I'll be good. Got someone to send to the black ships. Getting more creative. This one wasn't like it even pings me as a streamer. It's just like, what do you think is gonna happen? Just one Mad Dog says, I don't have a PC anymore, so not playing on my own. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thanks for the gift subs, and thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Mira is just gonna be rants content from now on. Yeah, I don't know what the Morris media will be, but let's talk about the country a little bit. So Canada, we've got a first point, and then the second, and then the third. We only control a part of the government and the country, but the moment you take power, you can actually tell the country what to do. And so this is the investment portfolio, right? And so what you do is you will assign what the country or the sector of the government, or currently we control like a third of their total GDP investment points, and we decide what the country is gonna put that money towards, okay? And it is important because the countries, different countries have different problems. Rich countries in the West usually have problems with inequality, but they have high GDP and democracy value, and they don't have unrest. Other countries, like if you look at some backwater in Africa, you will see insurrection, like there's civil war going on. It's totalitarian state. They have very low GDP, but they will usually have different kind of problems than the West, right? So, no, they actually have like very high inequality as well. Okay, fine. That's just like the worst country in the world I clicked on, because like every single thing is a problem. If we go to China, so China is an authoritarian country, right? But it has not that big of a problem with strife. You want this to be 0, by the way, so they still are bringing it down. But yeah, so this cohesion. So it depends what we want to do, but cohesion is value of 1 up to 10, and so the higher it is, the more people support it's their country and they are behind what it's doing, and less strife, right? But not just that, it also reflects the other stats. So like these statistics are kind of intertwined, in that if it is above 5, it will decrease the scientific output of the country. But if it's below 5 or below 4, something like that, then it starts to affect other things negatively as well. Namely, I think this and GDP probably as well. So strife. This is unrest. How much strife is in the country, which means that how upset are people? Is there insurrection going on? You want this to be as low as possible or non-existent. Otherwise, it's gonna erode the country's, GDP and everything. So you want to eradicate strife if possible. Democracy. So this is from 1 to 10. 10 being full democracy, 0 being totalitarian state. And in between, anything in the world lies. Nothing is at 10 or 0 at the start of the game, but it could go there. So how this works is, the higher this is, the better for the country. Straight up. There's no argument about it. That is like, it's not a viable option to go with totalitarian regimes. If you start with China, you want to play as China, you will want to bring this up as soon as possible, because otherwise you will be stuck on very low research, and just in general the country is gonna suck. So you want to fix that as soon as possible, which is a major problem for China. But in the US and in the Canada, we have a full democracy. Just it could be better, but in order to bring it up more, we need to ensure sufficient GDP, and not just that, but investments into economy, and don't have civil strife and things like that, right? And then you also, also education. You need to have very high education stat. The higher this is, the better democracy support gets. And also you get some growth. So for example, in the last 30 days, there have been 18,000 new people born in Canada as a surplus, not as a gain, not accounting for people who died. So a growth, I guess. Okay, then we've got the country itself. This is development points. This is or investment points. This is how many points the country invests into its other facets of economy over the course of a month. And you've got the funding. This is what the country generates for you. So currently it is giving me 1.6 money, which is all right. Monthly, but like spread over days, it's nothing. Then you've got research, which is really important for us, but we are getting just a cut of this, remember that. So we only have 1/3. And then we've got boost, which is getting things to orbit, and then we've got mission control, which, as I explained, is how many satellites and ships and stations can you control, right? And so the trick we want to do now is we talk over the first section of the government. It would otherwise be good to spread over balanced investments, but we want to take over Canada relatively quickly, so we will invest everything into Unity, because Unity investment will boost the amount of cohesion you get, and also boost your party, your public opinion significantly. And so 100% of the budget we are allocated is going to go into boosting ourselves. You've got different investments. Economy. If you invest into economy, it raises GDP, but inequality as well. So you want to keep inequality low, otherwise it raises strife and it reduces your democracy as well. You want to keep this low, but it's 3.3, which is quite a bit moderate, yeah. So like mediums. It's interesting to think the most anti-alien movement gets its first foothold in Canada of all places. It's red. We are red. Red hand, red Canada. I see no problems here. But no, we are not gonna be nice to the aliens. Never in an economy. That explains a lot of things. Yeah. I mean, as I said, I have a lot of things to say if we talked about some of the ideas this game has. Like, if you really thought that, oh yeah, let's just fix our country the same way that this game handles this. No, it's naive. But it's a system. It's good that you can kind of, you know, tweak it, which is nice. Just data stats, basically. So yeah, economy explained. Welfare brings down inequality. You want to invest into welfare if you invest into economy so that it doesn't skyrocket, okay? You also want to bring this down as low as possible, and then once it's down, you just invest as much as needed. But until that point, you should invest significantly into it. Knowledge. Knowledge is power. It gives you democracy support, and it gives you it lowers your cohesion a little bit. But yeah, you don't want people to be monolithic because then it kind of shoots other things in the foot. So you want to keep this around 5. In Canada, it's 6, so it could still be brought down a little bit, which is strange. But yeah, we might want to do that later. Military spending. Yeah, so military. If there is a country that has an army, like the US is the most powerful military country in the world at the start of the game. We click on their army, we see what kind of army it is. It is information age army with 4.5 strength. Each 0.1 point of strength means a lot in this game, okay? So it's like broken down into sort of an evolution of the military. So like if you imagine 4.5 is modern military, okay? So like tanks, Apache helicopters, things like that. And then if you take a look at North Korea, they also have an army. Their North Korean army is T-34 and it's 2.8, okay? So that's how it is. If we take a look at the Chinese army, it is atomic age army of 3.8, okay? So that's how we distinguish that. You can go further. There are like 4 extra levels beyond this when you advance the technology. How you advance it is you invest into military. It's gonna slowly grind up their militech value, which is military. If you hover over this, it's gonna tell you how much it gives you. Militech increases by 0.00332 per 3 investment points in the militech priorities. So it takes a lot to build up a good and powerful military, and it's not just building more armies is a separate thing. Like boosting military is just the technology and like the level of technology of all the armies. But it's important. When we take over the US, we will want to do that. For now, it does not matter. Canada does not have any armies, and it will not have any armies because it's pointless. If we take over the US, that's all the DACA we will need, at least for now. But yeah, so that's something to talk about. Do we need to know about something else? Yes, spoils. If you invest into spoils, it's corruption. People in each country you have, if you are living in a country that's totalitarian in this game, it will have the elites demand that you do corruption in order for them to get some money, and you also get some money from the spoils. If you invest into the spoils, part of it goes to you, part of that goes to them. It's a really quick way to get money, but it damages the environment because there is global warming in this game, and it can shoot your economy in the kneecaps. Plus, so like globally you want to reduce spoils just because it's useless. Like you don't need that much money, and it's better to just not destroy the planet if you need it for your own needs. But yeah, that's how it is. And so you see that Canada is investing like 4 points, 12% of its annual income into corruption. So I don't know if that's accurate, but it's what's doing. So we'll stop that once we take over. The problem with that is, as you might imagine, the elites will go, I don't like that, right? Because it's their money. Now, especially in places like, if there's a democratic country, it's not a big deal. Like, people will not launch a coup or anything. But if we take over Kazakhstan, well, there's a very real possibility that there is gonna be a coup if we do that. So in countries like Kazakhstan, we might have to do some spoils to keep it running. Canada's navy, 3 rowboats armed with slingshots. We don't have a navy. Yeah, there is navy, but navy only exists to provide armies with overseas deployment options. It doesn't actually have ships. You got navy means that an army that has a navy assigned like this one means that it can go overseas, basically. Yeah. Okay, so I talked about that. Yeah. Spoils, right? Corruption, funding generates more money, sort of like spoils, but without excessive damage to the environment or the economy. I don't need it. It's not good. You should invest into other things instead. Space program. Canada does not have a space program, but of the investment points here, it invested 30.1 out of 50 into it. So it's actually on its way to get it. And so when we take over, if we are able to keep Canada around, we will want to invest more into it so that it can eventually contribute to basically control our space stations for us, basically. Not fly rockets to space most likely much, but do mission control instead, okay? Then we got to build an army. We don't need a Canadian army. It has 8 out of 60, but it would be... I mean, it's 4.1 tech level. It's pretty good, like, compared to some of the backwaters, but... no. We are not going to be building a Canadian army. And then nuclear weapons. We don't want to make more nukes. There are nukes. This is the nuke symbol. Every country can have nukes. Like, the US has 28 barrages of nukes. Okay, and it can be used to annihilate some things or in war against other states, but you should avoid doing it as much as possible. It causes environmental damage a lot, and it actually solves the global warming a little bit, but it damages the global economy a lot, so you don't want to do it. You only like bomb Brazil or something when the aliens land here, then you do it, but not necessarily if there is a key economic region. Like these sort of symbols, resource region, or this economic region. You don't want to bomb these. These would affect the global economy a lot. Okay, so yeah, that's what we will do. Next, did we talk about all the stats yet? Space program, nuclear weapons, yes. So nukes, we talked about nukes. Now you know basically everything, at least that's the hope. Now we can actually play the game. So we've played one of our turns. We taken over 1 point in Canada, but that's not enough. We need to continue doing our thing. I don't see any other factions yet, so we'll just unpause, let the game run its course. Looks like to me that no other factions took up the opportunity to deliver their manifesto to the world. Which is stupid by them, because they could have gotten influence. But they wanted to be secretive. Yeah, we have supporters in North Korea, but I'm sorry to be heartbreaking the believers in North Korea, but we are not gonna be doing. I mean, it's almost everyone loves us in North Korea, which is a bit of a shame not to use it. They do have a nuclear barrage, and we could make them build more, and then eventually use it to disarm China by launching a nuclear war between them. Because China has nukes, not many, but some. And if we want to conquer it, the best way to do that would be to not have them have any nukes and then invade with the superior US force. But, no. Let's just not send anyone to North Korea. Okay, now it's assignment time again. You see that we are spending 12 points, control points to control Canada. Plan is too credible. I mean, it works. I know it works. It's just that it would require a lot of control points as well. Like, I don't want to spend anything not necessary because US is a chungus. It will take a lot of control points to actually have it. So, like, any point we can get is good. I'm just gonna double check our counselors. We've got the 40 XP on Lettington, but I don't want to spend that. Reason being, we can pick up quick learner for 30 influence and 30 XP eventually, which is gonna make everything cost a little bit less going forward, which is good. Okay, the big red hand must grow. Well, let's take a look. So I've got Morris, who is good at dealing with democratic countries. not so much in Mexico. We will need at that point in Mexico eventually, but for now it's kind of a problem. And yeah, in the US there's like basically no chance to taking over any points there because we need to boost our influence there. So first, I would say we secure Canada to get some semblance of an income, and then we go to the US, right? And so we roll the dice on Canada once more, spend a little bit of influence. I really don't want to spend much, because I need it for other things, but we need to boost ourselves up a little bit. Okay, Mughal Items is gonna do campaign in Canada.
I will tell our story.
Calyx is gonna go and investigate them aliens. Here, it's gonna cost us 5 ops, which is not great. We only have 20, but yeah, someone needs to investigate them aliens, so let's do that. And Evangelist Letherington is gonna campaign. We could do a public campaign in the US. Try to slowly bust into it.
We must persuade.
Spend some money on it, yes.
It has always been true.
Okay.
We must leave the crate.
We met Project Exodus. Hey Frankie, welcome.
These aliens are indeed hostile. The time to go is now.
Humanity first slogan I approve. It is actually the most extreme faction in this game, but yeah, I mean I get behind it as well. It's actually very reasonable. If you play them, everything they do will confirm more and more that they were right all along. It's just that at the start they are kind of extreme, but as you go you will find out that indeed the aliens don't really have very good things in store for humanity. Who could have known? Yeah, so we'll try to murderize all the aliens, but before we do any of that, it's gonna be the squabble for Earth, and it's gonna never stop. This game is all about the geopolitics really. The aliens are sort of there, but yeah. So we met Project Exodus. These are the people who want to leave Earth to escape the aliens. So we've encountered Project Exodus. The organization has its foundation in a group of tech magnates who are already funding space exploration before the alien arrival. Now with proof of interstellar travel in front of all humanity, they are focusing their efforts on leading an expedition beyond Earth's solar system. It has always been I don't want to read the quotes, so let's just continue. Like oh yeah, like one word. If you wanted to sum them up, that's the correct word to use. Yes. Cowards. Traitors for the servants. You know, it's pretty simple to classify people in this game. It's not rocket science, but we'll need some rocket science. We need to get Kazakhstan. I actually am very tempted to send someone to Kazakhstan relatively soon. I actually think Calyx is gonna launch a coup maybe in Kazakhstan. I'm gonna explain the coup mechanics a little bit later. We actually talked about the country stats. So if the unrest is high, there is a higher chance of a coup working. But a coup is a sort of a mixed bag. Like it could work, but it could also backfire as any other action. But it could also backfire in terms of it puts someone completely different in charge, or you know, things like that. So it can be good. It's just that it requires you to rise the unrest levels in a country very high to be able to do it, and that means that local economy will suffer as well. But in places like Kazakhstan, which has the cosmodrome, which is really valuable, like every AI will want this, we actually kinda want to do the coup, I think. We'll see after Calyx investigates the aliens. Can you outrun an alien? Questionable. I mean, no, I don't think so. But they can win the game. They can like leave, and the aliens will let some of them leave in a way because they will be busy devouring the rest of the world. Yeah. No spoilers. They don't actually eat the planet or anything. Just that again, it's the aliens. There's a reason why we will try to oppose them, but you'll see why. One word to sum up humanity first. Based. Yeah. I mean, it is the take jawline, you know, approach. As I said before, right? Their approach to even the research is kind of funny when you read about when they capture an alien or kill one to dissect it. It's always... The only thing we want to know from this is how to kill it better. We don't care about what their culture and society is. Just tell me where to shoot. And what's their weaknesses. Okay. Energy Lab, yeah, just that's a new project we could pick up eventually. We don't need that at the moment. So we've got the actions going on. Let's speed it up a little bit. And
hold no sway in their minds.
It's a failure of public support. Let's take a look at the world. If we have anyone setting up somewhere, the AI tries to cluster their assets around itself. So like if you see someone. Okay, so we've got the initiative, which are the capitalists, the exploitative faction. They set up in South Korea. They've got 1 point so far. That tells me they might want to go for Japan. Japan's not a horrible country. China close by as well. Oh, Japan has quite a big support for us. That's a shame. Yeah, but like US is so much better. I cannot justify going to Japan, but it's a shame to leave them to hang. But we cannot do that. Otherwise, India has a lot of problems, but if you fix the country, it can be really powerful. It has so many people that you can make it really good when you invest into it heavily later. Okay.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
This action succeeded, and that was in the US. Right. So we got slightly more support. Still kind of sucks. Hey, Super Cheese, welcome. I thought their ships will be faster and they'll find you whenever you go. Probably. No one probably thinks about that. I never won us the Exodus. So I don't know. But it seems kind of, as you say, stupid. Again, the aliens in this game are a little bit special. You missed $1 billion in India, have they? It's possible, I mean... it's not a simulator, it's a game. It will have some inaccuracies. Like, for example, the only country capable of forming the European Union is France. There's actually, yeah, everyone is part of it, but like, if you want to unify, you want to do it through France. I would say Germany is the top dog in that arrangement, but what do I know? Okay.
We found something.
Investigate activity. Okay. So Calix has investigated the alien activity site. I have learned some useful information from my investigations of the UFO crashdown site in Russia. We'll receive a small bonus to our xenology research. Yeah, 1%, which is almost nothing. But thanks.
There's no evidence of a hoax, Colonel. The world suddenly seems very dangerous.
You got some free influence and a little bit of research. We have completed the investigate alien crash objective. The site was heavily guarded by local security forces. This raises the worrying possibility that the locals may already be cooperating with the aliens. Was their crash in this particular location an accident, or were they attempting to meet with human collaborators? In any case, we've managed to get hold of some samples from the crash site. We should begin the research immediately. Okay. Research alien signatures. Samples recovered from the crash site may teach us more about the unwelcome visitors. Research them as soon as possible. We may not have much time. Yes, so we should do it. Just pause the game, go here. So we'll switch out to audience research for alien signatures. It only takes 25 points. So let's get it going.
Our presence is growing.
And we've taken over a second point in Canada, which is alright. We want to do this to get the border pressure on the US, basically. So we might have to abandon Canada eventually, which is bad, but we'll see if we can keep it or not. Okay, so second point in Canada done. We'll switch to Unity as well. Even though it doesn't seem like it's boosting me that much, but it's alright. Let's keep it. Let's hope that it works as intended. What about DACA research? DACA research does not exist at the moment. We only have the very basic stuff. Like, you need to I didn't want to show you this because you will despair. Like, there are people who like these sorts of research trees. I'm gonna show you what this one is. It's a fucking monster. It keeps going, and you see the lines? That's what you need to do as prerequisites, and then it goes with tiers, and then it goes, and eventually... Research spiderweb, yeah. Eventually it leads to nice things, but yeah, like it's massive. I don't even want to get into that. Eventually I will, when we have to. Not even as an Italian can I get behind the research spaghetti. It's not as bad as it sounds, because it's, again, the top research as well as the lower research, right? You can see that the other factions have contributed research the most towards these tags, which is disappointing for us, because they'll get to pick the next one most likely, unless we can get some serious science going really soon. If we go into the tech tree again, so good thing is the search option. If you need to find something like clandestine cells, this is view full tree. This is not even the full. Yeah, click the button. Clandestine cells. Cell. Clandestine cells. This allows you to get more operatives or counselors, alright? So we are not alone needs to be completed so that you can pick up the clandestine cells. And this is how you can find specific research. So it's not as bad as you need it. Just you need to kind of know what you are looking for though. So, you know. This game, if you play it for the first time, expect to lose. Unfortunately, that's how it plays. Let's play slow speed. Can read the chat. 1.5 hours and we've barely done 2 turns. How many hours for one campaign? A lot. A lot. Depends how fast you play as well. But it could easily go to like 60.
Where do you need me?
Okay, so let's take a look. We need to secure Canada, but first let's take a look. Calix is in Europe.
Where do you need me?
Calix is gonna launch a coup in Kazakhstan. No, it would not work. Why? Oh, command, right. I don't have very high command on Calix. I was thinking it's espionage, but it's actually not espionage stat. It's a stat that's determined by your command, not by your espionage. So Calix is good at shooting people in the face or purging, but not necessarily at launching coups, which is a bit unfortunate. So we might instead want to just go ahead and coup something else. If we wanted to take over North Korea, for example, that also would not work, even though we do have massive support. Because she doesn't have the peaceful takeover action. That's why I'm looking at the more extreme ones, because we cannot do the regular takeover with her. Okay, whatever. First, let's take a look. Do we secure Canada first? Probably. So who is the worst? Mogul is the worst.
Where to?
How much of a chance do you have at Canada? 8%? That really sucks. What about Kazakhstan? So the Mogul can be sent to Kazakhstan at 21%, which blows. I can boost it to... Am I willing to burn this much influence on it? It's a single roll. Let's do it.
Bringing them to our side.
Okay, let's try to get Kazakhstan for that sweet, sweet boost. Ready. And then we've got the Evangelist. Evangelist... He suffers a debuff from being rich in the US because it has inequality. But same in Canada. Probably same in Mexico, to be honest. But he's got a shot at it. I'm gonna give him 4 influence.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Try to take over.
Where do you need me?
And then with Morris, we secure Canada for good. Hopefully.
Them on board.
Let's roll that dice. And Calix needs to do something. We can boost public opinion in Kazakhstan, perhaps. Or we could do it somewhere else more useful. Canada, US 20%. 20% is not a lot. I would have to spend money on that. Canada has very high chances of that working. Let's do that.
Must persuade the people.
Calyx is gonna tell her own countrymen to support humanity first, because the aliens need to be destroyed. Okay. Let's confirm the assignment. Looks good to me. Hey, Duncan Stamp, welcome. Did you? Yeah, you asked before. I never played D&D with proper rules. I've played some on Roll D20 with custom rule set, but not the regular one. Ever. Shooting. Eventually we will. First thing that happens when Canada is taken over is to reinforce Ius Prima Noctis. Yeah, Morris has big plans for Canada. No, it's totally necessary to combat the aliens, I swear. That's actually if you look it up, Ius Prima Noctis is actually a hoax. Like, it wasn't actually adopted, even in places that you are told that it happened by mass media. It's actually not. And yeah, you can see the boost of opinion growing second by second with the Unity boost. That's really good for us.
Got our people in place.
And amazing, we've taken over the entire country of Canada with Morris, 2 bowls of spaghetti and a dream. Okay, so now we have the country. We actually need to put it to do something useful. Let's invest into its economy and welfare. Plus knowledge. And a little bit in its space program. And that's it. We'll leave it as such. For now.
We're taking over.
Another point.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay. What happens? Oh, we've taken a point in Mexico as well. Amazing. Okay. Let's boost our unity as we did before. We want to grow our base of support. And then we also taken Kazakhstan, I believe. Yep. Sure we did. Okay, so unity and spoils. We have to do spoils, otherwise the oligarchs will get angry at us. They want... How much do they want? 32% of the economy needs to go towards corruption. Okay. I'm gonna go unity and corruption. And yeah, that's how it's gonna be, because we need to secure it. Then we can actually do something about it, but it's really important we secure Kazakhstan if possible. It has the thing, the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Really important.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Okay, not yet ready.
For new orders soon.
For more stuff, more orders. Okay.
Reporting in.
Just no.
New orders.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready for orders.
Can Adam secure the rest of Kazakhstan? I mean, it's a chance. It's just not a very good chance. What about boost public support in the US? 24%. I'm gonna try to boost it in Kazakhstan, just so that we make sure everything goes that a little bit smoother for us. We need to be careful about time, but as long as we secure things in timely fashion, we should be good. Let's double check research. Yeah, Skywatch is almost ready. The AI seem to be investing a lot into that, but this as well. My country doesn't, or my corporation doesn't contribute much, because we don't select a priority, we just dump a little into everything. Which arguably is not a good approach. I'm just gonna not do that one, and we are not alone, so I'm gonna just boost that a little bit more. Okay, so we've got that. Canada is now under our control. Its executive power will be consolidated in 180 days, at which point we can do alliances and things. For now, we could go relations and make it so that we go to neutral with the US. Maybe later, because the good way to do things is unification technology is like really advanced, but if you want the US to grow, you need to feed it, and the best way to feed it is to, you know, do the thing, make Canada start to bitch about US, and then US invades, and then it's a referendum, and then everyone's happy, and then Canada's democracy will contribute to US's democracy, and it's gonna be all good. Those two countries actually have comparable stats, so they will actually merge quite well. Okay, assignments. We are boosting public opinion. Morris is done consolidating Canada. If he wants to go to the US and preach about his fornicating ways, he would not be received well. You see that the difficulty of the economy is 27. It's massive. Like, offsetting this is gonna be hard. We need to get Mexico more consolidated, and then also public opinion boost. But Morris is actually having a reasonable boost at influencing people. So let's go ahead and roll a dice on this.
Reporting in.
Calex can do that as well, most likely, right? 31%, not great, but 50% roll. I'm gonna take it. And we've got the Lettington, the evangelist. If he were to take over Mexico for 4 influence, 60% roll, I'm gonna roll that dice.
Bringing them to our side.
Because we need to get more research going, and more countries we take over, the better for that. Okay, so everyone's doing their thing. You can see that in Russia there is already a point in protectorate, which means those are the surrender monkeys, the people who want to surrender to the aliens and hope that they don't get destroyed. And point control by the academy, which is the centrists, the people who want to greet the aliens friendly and treat them as equals. So these people are in Russia. We already see some of Project Exodus and more academy in France. The Russia is gonna be a problem if the protectorate gets a hold here. That's gonna be a big issue for us. I might at some point take on Israel, peacefully take it, just so that we can have a country. It's a good country. It does suffer from unrest, but once you quell it, it has good democracy value. You can make it pump mission control relatively easily. So we'll be doing that most likely. For now, we've set up everything. Let's confirm an assignment. Some plastic surgery is in order before I can convince them of the Rand's weights. Yeah, clearly. Not enough girth.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, Morris has succeeded in ranting on the TV. That's good. It's gonna help the cause. Let's check the... it's still only 7%, which is not amazing. We need a critical success.
We've moved the needle.
Taking over Israel topical. Yeah, I mean, it's a game, you know. Don't look too much into it. Public campaign successful in Kazakhstan. Even though Kazakhstan really, again, it doesn't have a democracy value, so...
We've moved the needle.
We better make sure we crack down on this unrest, otherwise someone else is gonna come in and coup this easily. But for now, we need every bit of support we can get. And we actually did get up to 8 now, which is decent. And we are rolling a dice on this takeover point in Mexico.
The trick is not to look directly at what you're trying to see.
Okay. That has been a global research, which has been completed. That's the Skywatch, which means we look into space. To see something. I don't think it's the crucial one where we see the alien activity yet. Project complete. Alien signatures. We have completed alien signatures project. There is no doubt extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances most likely resulting from alien activity. Let's open.
Our reports indicate we should prepare for the worst.
Okay, so we've got our objective. We have completed the Search Alien Signatures project. We have guests. Research has established beyond all doubt that an alien life form survived the crash. It exited the area and is now at large on Earth. We are already hearing rumors of missing animals and chillingly missing people. Looks like those old stories of alien abductions might not be just stories anymore. We need to find out what our unwelcome visitors are doing, and quickly. Investigating alien abductions. We need to confirm whenever alien abductions are taking place. Surveil the areas near the crash site and send counselors to investigate anything suspicious. Conduct surveil location missions in regions near the alien crash land sites. If abductions are detected, send a counselor on an investigate alien activity mission. That's our next objective. Okay. New objective: research alien origin. Some of the eggheads are saying that the bits of wreckage we picked up prove that the UFO was built in our solar system. If they are right, that means the aliens must have a base here. Maybe we could find it. Research Skywatch and Deep System Skywatch global technologies, and then Alien Origins project when it becomes available. We need to complete these prerequisite tasks and projects to be able to complete the research needed to fulfill this objective. Yes, so we are still missing Deep System Skywatch, and then also this is our private objective. Salvage alien technology. Every resistance movement has to start somewhere. The lucky ones get to bring their own weapons. The unlucky ones have to cheat. We are going to cheat, and that means taking on the aliens and getting working samples of their tech. It won't be easy, but there's no other way. Successfully engage one of the following alien assets: facility, landed UFO, orbital habitat, warship, an army. Then research alien technology project when it becomes available. Okay, that's like a late game thing, or mid game thing. We don't have a use for that yet. Skynet. No, it's looking into space to see what's in our solar system, because there are them aliens. Yeah. So, you know, we'll need to discover them. Also, let's switch back to audience research. Yes. The servants are trying to push this. Mission to space is fine. Yeah, let the other factions do that. I'm gonna focus on We Are Not Alone. That means we get to pick the next tech. And also this is what we want for the clandestine cells, which is gonna allow us to get more operatives or more counselors. But it applies to everyone, so each enemy faction will get that as well. Now we can take a look at yeah, this. So relations, you see if they are in conflict or in tolerance mode. There's also war, or you know, that's just how they treat you. You don't want to antagonize people. Our enemies are the Protectorate and the servants. The alien surrender monkeys. These are our enemies. The other people, they are a problem. They'll take over territory we need to control and such, but they are not our enemies. We should not focus on them, because otherwise we'll turn everyone against us, and that's not what we want. Looks into space. Yes, it's still there. Couldn't we just give them Netflix and Tetris so they get too lazy to invade us? No. Again, this game has very interesting aliens. It's not like any other alien species in any other sci-fi universe I've seen or heard about so far. And it makes sense. They are very well made, and that means no.
We still lack support.
Okay, we failed to take control in Mexico. Mexico is currently in guerrilla war, by the way, which is also not good. That's the drug cartels. Okay. This US start is hard to pull off. Let's hope it works out. Okay, so who is here?
Ready for orders.
Calix. I just want to secure the second point in Kazakhstan, or yeah, but
I'm here.
Lettington might be able to pull it off. 57%. Yeah, let's roll a dice on 80%. Let's hope it happens.
Acknowledged.
Morris is gonna do another media campaign.
I will tell our story.
Ready.
Okay. Mughal, very low chance of that succeeding. We could take over North Korea just for shits and giggles, but I don't have the control points to keep it long term, so I'm probably not gonna do that. Even though it would be really simple, like the only thing I need to do is spend one turn on this one counselor to get it. Oh no, someone actually took over. The Resistance has it. Resistance are our friends, they are the closest faction to us. So if we see them, we don't want to really piss them off or anything. It's gonna be hard. Because if they take something crucial, we might have to fight them for it. Let's try to roll a dice on this, even though it's really not very likely.
Try to sway the public. At your service.
And Calix can do the same.
Making our case.
Let's take a look at stats. So Morris can pick up a stat. I'm gonna give him another persuasion point. So he's gonna prepare to take over the US. Calix has 25 XP. I need to save more XP to give her a quick learner later. Evangelist, Lotterington, yes. Quick learner, we could do that and then still pick up a point. Let's give him more persuasion. And that's it for the level ups. Okay. What we want to do now though is properly reassign. Because their points will not update until you do that.
At your
So
service.
like, I should have leveled up first. Okay, let's just put everyone on that.
Acknowledged.
Ready to go.
Evangelist, let's... Yeah, now we can spend less of a resource to
Control.
basically get the same result.
Acknowledged.
Calix can try to get... Well, actually in the US she has a higher chance. Let's do
I
that.
will try to sway the public.
Calix is gonna rant in the media. Let's get Morris go to Mexico to acquire some snow
What's the up?
for the US presidential election. And then we boost public opinion in the US with the
Make
Mogul.
our appeal.
Yeah, let's do that. Hello, Nana, welcome. Yeah, you are in Mexico. I hope you don't get busted. It could happen. Better than Brazil. So, Brazil's looking like it has an insurgency. It's a flawed democracy. It's not the worst country in the world, like compared to some of the other ones. I think it can be good. It has a lot of people. I think as a player you can really turn it up, but its education system is like really shit. But otherwise, like, it has potential. Not as much as India or China, but still pretty good. As a South American country, definitely, if I was to limit myself there, I would go for Brazil. Okay, so the big red hand has Canada and 1 point in Mexico and Kazakhstan so far. That's not much. We really want more. So let's hope we can get more. Select advisor team. Let's pick up international aid. Gives you more welfare and knowledge. We always will want knowledge, because economy is all well and good, but this means a lot as well. Let's go with the eco. So we don't have to have it for that long. France has 2 points for the academy already. Protectorate is in Sweden with 1 point. 1 in Russia, 2 for academy in Russia. Otherwise, looks like the initiative is... Oh, the initiative wants to attack... get into China. Getting into China is a problem. Its massive population means that you suffer massive debuffs. Like when we want to take over the US, it says there are so many people and things that it's just hard to influence it, right? China is even worse because it's authoritarian state, so you can imagine that if you go and want to preach in their media about something, it's relatively easier doing it in the West rather than in China. Because, yeah, you are not allowed to do that. So, it's even harder. But in order to do that, if you want to take over China, you want Mongolia, you want to take over all its neighbors, and then put so much pressure with neighbors on it that eventually you could start taking it over. If that makes any sense. India is a little bit simpler. You just need the Himalayan states, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and then you've got a decent chance of getting it. New strategic resource, snow, yes. We are rolling some pretty low rolls, but I'm willing to give that a shot. Send messages to the aliens telling them to invade China. Yeah, they would fail. No. Usually, what happened to me last time I played this game was the servants. The servants are cheaters. They get free resources from the aliens later, and they are servants. They facilitate the alien invasion and transfer countries to their control later. Problems with that is the servants can get entrenched in here, and it's really hard to get rid of them later. So we'll need to be really smart, play it really slowly. Just use the mighty John Zinha and his Bing chilling ability to preach to all China. Yeah, I mean, if you are in control, then you are allowed to. But if you are just a random shadowy, you know, I don't know what to call this. I guess organization. You'll have hard time busting into that sort of environment. Okay, public campaign succeeded with the 52 roll. That's 49. Okay, so that was very tight. But Kalex managed to get it. It's actually gonna give us some good XP as well. Each successful action gives you some XP. If you fail, it also gives you XP, but I think less. Another public campaign success. We are growing. 10% support. Let's hope we can get to Mexico. Morris, come on. He just got lost along the way to the capital. But it's not to do with, you know, it's not to do with any of the drugs or the cartels, don't worry, it's Morris. Of course you can trust him.
We were unable to establish control.
Okay, Kazakhstan mission has failed. That means that this one will succeed, right?
We've gained significant
yes!
support.
Yes! Morris made it. Okay. Now we push our unity up to get more influence or more public opinion of us. We need a second point in Kazakhstan now.
I'm here.
Let's take a look. Who can we send?
What's the op?
I feel that Mogul is the best pick. Oh, new corporations? Did we get new corporation notification? Each month you get new corporations or organizations happen. But no, these are the old ones. Okay. What's your chance at taking over the rest of Kazakhstan? I really need it, but at the same time I'm not willing to spend any of my competent people at it. So I'm just gonna roll 45%. Okay, what's your chance, Morris, at taking the US of A? Not good. Okay. What about more Mexico then? We need 2 more points. I don't actually want the rest of Mexico, I don't think. Because it's the dumpster fire of a country, like I don't need it for later, we are gonna be limited by our control points a lot. So I'll abandon Mexico, which makes me think I actually will do spoils instead. Yeah, just do some robbery on our way out. And let's get public campaign. Finance it with the drug money.
Where to?
Collects more, just try to spam it.
We must persuade the
Just try to spam it. Lethington, more public campaign in the USA. And we just try to boost this up as far as possible. We want to basically be in January, we want to have some foothold in the US. That's our goal. If that doesn't happen, we might as well restart because the world will kind of get ahead of us. Because we are aiming big instead of going for like the small low-hanging fruit. We are going for big, which is important, but it can backfire. It depends on the roles. Good sir. I got lost in a strip club, but I made it out and managed to hand a briefcase of snow to the Speaker of the Congress. Yeah. That's all that matters. Losing Mexico sounds like something I'll do. Looting Mexico in the tradition of the Great Hernan Cortez. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do any looting, but again, I'm not gonna keep the country, and we might as well make some use out of it at this point. So I'm just gonna do that. Not proud of it.
We've moved the needle.
Okay. Campaign successful in the US. Morris has succeeded.
public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Chongas, you got 17% support. That's not horrible. That's good. That's good.
We're taking over.
And Kazakhstan is ours. Yes. The law all worked. Amazing. Okay. Let's not do spoils anymore. We'll fix this country now. I want to keep Kazakhstan actually. Problems are gonna be the strife and the government type. So let's spread investments into welfare, economy, and knowledge. This means the points I'm clicking on it, you see the percentages here. It doesn't matter if it's a green point, it's not overall more. Like if it's all of it, it's green. It's not. It doesn't mean that you're allocating more budget. Like if everything's green, it's still 33%, right? So it's easier to manage if you go for something like blue. So you have more control, and then go with military. Military is really important to push down unrest, and then we just do a little bit of mission control for them, and maybe boost like that. The main thing is it already has this cosmodrome which produces the most boost on Earth. I think it's the best one, so that's good. But yeah, we need to keep the country stable, so military in order to push down unrest, and slowly invest into fixing the country as well. And that's our turn. We still haven't received the option to do other things. Okay. Enemies are planning. Organizations are in the marketplace. Let's take a look. Ophiuchus Solutions. This gives you sabotage mission and +1 ops per month. That's not great. It's actually awful, yeah. It's one of the worst corporations I've ever seen in my life. Okay, what's this? Regulus Energy. It gives you income, and investments into eco are higher, plus it gives you space mining output later. That's a really good corporations for later. And we could buy it, it's just gonna cost basically all our money. Hellebore Minerals is a slightly weaker thing, but this will pay for itself in time. So like 10 months, and it's gonna pay for itself, plus it gives you the boosts to all the countries' economies. Yeah, I think they'll pick it up. But someone who doesn't... who has the most administrative capacity? A Mogul, yeah, right. She's gonna pick this up. It doesn't help her with the stats, which is unfortunate. But it's gonna be like a good corporation for our game overall. Morris.
Ready for orders.
How is it looking if you wanted to take over? 7%. Yeah, we cannot do that yet. Let's do a campaign. And we cannot use money. Some money is pretty bad.
Ready for my
And just keep campaigning. Actually, do we have... Yeah, Calix... Can Calix stabilize a nation? No, she can destabilize a nation well, but stabilizing a nation is something a little bit different. We cannot do that. Which is unfortunate, because we will want to do that eventually to Kazakhstan. I'm just gonna have to roll the dice on this.
We'll make our appeal.
Where to?
Okay.
I'm here. I will tell our story.
Yeah, just bunch of rolls. Hopefully some of them will work out.
Ready for orders.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
Yeah, so the servants have been encountered. These are the biggest enemies of our faction. These freaks, yes. Judith here is a lunatic. She wants to sell off Earth to the aliens, but not even the Protectorate way, where the Protectorate is like, we need to survive, so we just like give them as much as they want and then still keep surviving. but she wants to just, humanity needs to be destroyed and given to the aliens completely, and like we need to cleanse ourselves in the flames, sort of deal.
From the comfort of my villa, I perceive life here
hey,
to
Mario,
be
welcome.
very good.
Thanks for the reset. Let's move up a little bit. I noticed that I'm cutting off the thing. I should not be cutting the thing. At least not that much. Chat is gonna obscure the tab where I have my stations and counselors, but that's fine. You don't need to see that. There we go. And then we put this thing like here. Does it work? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, Judith. You got to break an egg to make an omelette. Calix is cursed in that she can only destroy but not create. Yeah. Well, it's easier to tear down than to build. You're not wrong. But, you know, we need someone with protect asset mission. It's gonna be a problem. Okay, let's take a look. Do I really not have, like, no one who can do protect asset? Oh, let's wait. Fine, let's wait. We are already, you see, we are already generating the boost from Kazakhstan. So that's good. That means that we will eventually accumulate enough to launch our own satellite around Earth and satellite station and get some research going. That would be really good for us. Start cooking, buddy. I've given you the broken eggs already. Sudden flowering. Oh no, this is not supposed to happen yet. Astana is seeing an explosion in growth of alien life forms. The scale of alien life forms is already a whole ecosystem in itself. Environmental agencies are concerned that its growth could spiral out of control if not addressed immediately, while xenobiologists argue that this presents a unique chance to study the alien's ecosystem on a bigger scale. Arrange for scientists to study it for extra research, or there's nothing we can do about it. I cannot burn it because I don't have 20 points. So we'll study it instead. And there is a spread of this nonsense. Okay. Project complete. Audience research. So we got some extra influence. That's our private research. Let's start researching management research. This is gonna increase our control capacity, which is this. The big red number for the big red hand by 10. 10 is not much, but it helps. So let's do that. Also, let's check out the solar system. And if we see the lines, those are the alien ships we see incoming. And so Vector 1 is traveling to Earth. And it's gonna be here on December. And there is another one. It's also traveling to Earth low orbit. And it's gonna be here in February. These are, if we want to take a look at what the ships are, I guess you do. Let's click on the picture. It should give us the ship. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I need to click on something else. This game is still a little bit new to me, so sorry. Nope. Not that. I want to know things about it. Them aliens, yes. Fire the Thunderbolt, there we go. Stalwart class, shield class gunship, right, so this is like a destroyer, I guess. Or like, maybe even smaller. It's an alien ship. Okay. We see what they have as stats. It won't mean much to you at this point. We think it's a transport. We don't know about this ship, but we know what kind of drive it has, and this. Eventually, more stuff will become more clear. They look totally friendly. Yeah, let's worship them. The servants. But the funny thing, if you play the servants and you raise the difficulty to brutal, it will actually make the game easier. If you play the servants, you want the Earth to be taken over. So, you know, every bad event that would normally be like, ha ha ha, the player doesn't have that much wiggle room or anything, it's actually good for you. So if you play the servants, set the difficulty higher if you want to have an easier time. Okay.
Our case remains unheard.
Yep. That's painful. Okay. Morris has failed.
The people will come to our side.
That's good. Fail.
Public opinion remains
Fail. So 3 fails, 1 success. That's bit unfortunate. Be funny if the aliens turn on the servants at the end. I mean, no, not really. That's not what the aliens do. Again, I don't want to spoil anything. I don't want to tell you exactly what the story is and what the aliens' agenda is and all that. We'll see it eventually if we play it again. Then, if you keep reading the story, you will learn it. But the servants and the protectorate are right in that there is a chance for humanity to learn to basically live as a slave species, as we have a cat or dog, basically. But you would not be as a pet, but as a slave, enslaved species, basically. So, you know, if that sounds like something that's acceptable as a fate, then play as the servants or the protectorate. If you want to die a human, it's like with the... If there were cases of cannibalism with some people who've been stuck in, like, you know, polar expeditions and things like that. Some people chose to die as humans. Some people chose the other way, to try and survive like an animal to the end. It's up to everyone to choose what they want to do with themselves, but if anything, going down in a huge ball of fire is much better than gnawing on your friend's bones. So at least that's in my books. You know, I've been called lawfully good, so what do I know?
For orders.
Okay, let's take a look. So, Morris.
At your service.
Where do you need me?
Ready to go.
Takeover is still low. We need to do another campaign.
We must persuade the people.
We'll just do a round of it. Do we really not have anyone who can stabilize?
Reporting in.
That's an oversight. That's a big oversight. But oh no, Latington can stabilize a nation. But I really want this campaign to go well, so I'm gonna just spam it.
Reporting in.
Some of it's gonna stick.
At your service.
We need to get the US
Must persuade the
under our control relatively soon, but we still have time. I'd probably be the one to propose cannibalism in the first place. Yeah, that's like...
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
You get stuck in an elevator for like 10 seconds and Morris is already preparing proposing cannibalism. Public campaign mission success.
We've moved the
Okay,
needle.
success.
Our cause is unjust.
24%. Oh, that's a big one. 32%. Okay, that's good. What about Canada? You see, we are fixing the country. Green arrow mean good. It's no, unironically, we fixed everything, or we are working on fixing it. Even though we've been in charge for less than a month, the growth seems to be going the right way, which is good. Florida man succeeds. It's probably be the one. Yeah. Well, guys, looks like we are stuck here forever. Time to start breeding a new society of elevator dwellers. Yeah. I don't know what that was all about. It's the initiative people talking about some research they've done. We don't really care. They've chosen Outpost Habs, which is alright. But problem is, I don't remember mission to space. Right. It doesn't actually directly unlock anything. It's just a prerequisite. Right. We need to decide if we delegate any research points to this. We are not alone quickly. But we could compete for this slot next to also get some clout in choosing what is going to be researched next. in that slot. Okay. Hey Sam, welcome. Florida. Florida man has come. We are currently trying to influence the US. Okay, 37% something, 32%. I mean that's a good chance, right? 52% chance with Morris. I'm gonna roll the dice. It's gonna be painful if it fails, but it's the best chance I've seen in a while, so I'm gonna take it. And let's get some more public campaigns going. Because we still will want support, even if we infiltrate. We still want support. So let's do that. Let's check out stats. It's a really shitty corporation there. Quick learner, no stats yet. No stats yet. Okay. Fine. It's fine. So assign the things. Meanwhile, Europe has been divided up. Academy, keep in mind, the Academy are the centrists. In every country there is a significant Academy presence, the green bar. They will lose most of their supporters once it becomes apparent that the aliens are not our friends and here to just shake our hands and leave. So that will mean that they will even lose, all of their nodes will go into crackdown. But this is a problem. The protectorate in Russia is getting cracked down on, which is good. That means that these points can be taken over. Maybe they abandon the country, actually. If you abandon a nation, your points go into crackdown mode, which means that everyone can then take over relatively easily. But you still keep getting stuff from it. So it's actually super valuable to go and just like get a random country, abandon it, and then hope that no one comes around for a while and takes it over. But for now, it looks to me like Protectorate has abandoned that particular point. Why have they been doing that? Well, they control Cambodia, they control Laos. They are trying to get to China, I think. Looks like Koreas are under control of the resistance, which is good. These are our friends, the closest faction to us. We want them to do well. Hopefully it's gonna continue to grow. Otherwise, servant presence in Spain and Germany. And there's also resistance in Germany. One. Okay. Okay. Sweden is having some of the protectorate in it. Not amazing. South America, yeah, people are in Brazil. No one has the executive powers yet. Yeah, pretty good spread so far, but we are definitely, like, we need to bust into the US soon. That's our big thing. We need to get it soon. Otherwise, we will fall behind. What's going on with the Balkans? Northern Balkan states, Southern Balkan states, okay? We are not gonna talk about the Balkans. Because this game, it's province system, it's not Hearts of Iron, where it's like, you know, this is United States of America, this is a region of Minneapolis, this is a region of Denver. The Denver is like a city here, but let's not go into it, but like, this is not the city limits of a city of Denver, no. Los Angeles, you know, this game handles things with regions, like same as this. Monterrey is like a city in Mexico, it's not this. So just, you know, again, if you are used to some other games like Hearts of Iron, you might find it strange.
Our cause is unjustified.
Yeah. Don't want to see failures. Okay, success. Come on, Morris, take over. It's all up to him. UFO crashes on Earth in China. Okay. Come on, Morris. Please, let it happen. No! Oh, fuck. Okay, fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. How's Japan doing? Do they still love us? Probably not. I think people are already influencing them. No, they still have support, and Japan actually doesn't have anyone in it, but controlling it would cost me 17 points for the first one. Like, that's a lot of cap. Japan is a good country. I would have to probably abandon Canada, though, if I wanted to have Japan and the US. So I'm just gonna keep... yeah, I don't think that would be good for us. Right? It does have significant research, but... I don't know. There could be a chance. It would be relatively simple to take over, I think. I got distracted by the UFO crash in China, yeah.
Where to?
What kind of drugs could the aliens have? I'm sure that's the first thing that Morris would be thinking about. Let's roll the dice again. Yeah, let's roll the dice again.
Standing by for orders.
If we were to take over Japan, I think... Let's take a look at it. It probably has population, so that's the main obstacle here, right? Size of the national economy, yeah. So if it was Lettrington who tried to take over, it could work, and someone could not crack down on it too soon. And just gonna roll the dice. This sucks. It feels horrible having to spam low yield actions and hoping that it works, but like I cannot do anything else. We're gonna ignore the aliens for a little bit here.
I will tell our story.
Because you need to get things going. How's the research doing? We Are Not Alone is getting there. Probably was Xenos.
The people will come to our side.
A good distract, yeah. Public campaign mission success. Good. That's not as good, but our support is climbing. New project available, not important.
We're taking over.
Yes, 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 Morris has done it. It's just... okay. And we've also gotten a point in Japan. Okay, okay. We can work with this. But we cannot attain more points. I'm gonna have to abandon this point, actually. But I'll keep it, like, it's gonna give us some income in the meantime, even if we are not here. Let's not do any unity, because homogeneous... Well, it will give us some party popularity, so let's do 1. And we will do boost and mission control. And economy, welfare, knowledge. And abandon the nation. Because we need to cap. I shouldn't have not done that yet, but that's fine.
Cleaning things up.
Okay. This is still going on. Let's wait. First step, dismantle the... Okay. We need to do some... Let's do unity first. So we can get... We need unity anyway, but more importantly, it's gonna boost our party popularity.
Ready.
And we've got control over the 1st division. Okay. Let's bring them to the coast. If we need to send them overseas later. It's gonna be advantageous. Okay, so what about infiltrating more institutions, Morris? Well, it has even a better chance now, but it's not great. Let's take a look at level ups and corporations. Saving up on that one. Saving up. Oh, Striver, right. Mogul can get something. Persuasion. Not great, but it will help.
Your orders?
So if we were to boost... I'm just gonna send the Mogul to investigate the aliens.
Reporting in.
I'm just gonna roll the dice on this.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Standing by.
Let's get some boost.
We'll make our appeal.
Evangelist. I'm just gonna abandon Japan. We'll go to... It's giving us stuff, so that's all well and good. While we infiltrate the US. What about this? It's almost done. Again, I like it, Hearts of Iron. I'm playing very slow. There are people who will be much further ahead. I've been playing for 2.5 hours, and we've played like a month and a half. I'm just so slow with these games, I don't know why. Well, part of it is we explained a lot of things, but it's also me. Can armies be renamed? I think they can. First Infantry Division, yes, it can be renamed. Martian murders. Okay.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
I think Morris is gonna fail. I have a feeling that he's gonna fail his role now. We had 2 fairly low rolls in succession work out. I know it's not how it works, but like I feel like it's just good, too good to be true. Okay. Martian murderers. Okay, it fits. It fits. Okay.
The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of
this game is a paradise for conspiracy theorists.
I'm a realist. I know better.
It is. But it's so is XCOM, like it's like XCOM with aliens. You know, that's just a grand strategy game. So same sort of deal. What do we... Clandestine cells is what we want. But it's not a global technology. Now we have to pick a global technology that's gonna be researched next. We need to think about this carefully. Because we don't want... What I don't want is people to rush mission to space too soon. Because I'm not ready for it. And they are not ready for it. So we need to consider what will benefit us the most. And I actually think getting early access to augmentations is really good. So biotechnology is gonna be what we want. Because you can pay money to give your counselors augmentations to give their stats a little bit higher. Which would be good. Okay. New project available. Yes. Clandestine cells. I'm gonna just immediately go and pick that up instead of the management research, clandestine cells, and we will pour every single research point into it. It's for our faction only, and it's really, really good. We also need to save up influence now.
We found something.
Alien activity. Nothing to report, really.
We failed to take control.
Yep, as I suspected. That's really unfortunate. I would also like to spend the influence to get another roll on that, but I cannot. So instead, Morris is gonna have to
I will tell our story.
Visit the CNN.
I'm here.
And we'll just make a roll with everyone again. Just get it as high as possible. Actually, Lethington is gonna go and stabilize Kazakhstan. Its strife is going down. But it is at the risk of getting a coup. I'm just gonna boost public opinion. We don't have enemies. We only have friends and the freaking alien lovers. But they haven't done any hostile actions yet. So I suspect unless we fire the first shot, we probably have some time. Boost this. Okay. And let's check the well. No, not yet. We need to wait. It's December. We are in a good position, I think. We've done it really quickly, this. I'm even considering abandoning Mexico relatively soon. We'll see. Hey, Florindancer, welcome. One with the most varied comments. I mean, I wouldn't say that's wrong. How are you doing? I'm actually gonna take a very quick break. I'm gonna have to make myself more tea. Or maybe Kate's gonna make it for me. I'm gonna ask. Because I'm feeling like the throat is not great. So I'm gonna be right back. Morris says, humanity first has infiltrated our armed forces. No, we still serve America. Spokesperson for Martian murderers. Yes. It's not wrong. It's still, you know, the US division, and it still is linked to its economy and its everything. But we have control over it, so we can say where they should go. But the goal for the US military is gonna be to beat up the aliens, beat up the invasions. If they invade, we bust them up. But we also might use the US military for some more nefarious things, like, for example, beating up some other people on Earth to unify them. We might have to do it, we'll see. They're approaching 50% support in America, which is practically unheard of since Pearl Harbor. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna get higher. You can bet on that. 48%. We are boosting unity as well, which is good. There's inequality. Very low inequality, actually, in America. That's kind of strange. I think it usually starts high. I don't know why it's low. But that's really good. That's gonna allow us to pump up the eco of the US if we take it over relatively quickly. It's very hot. I just made it. I just want to drink it, but I cannot. Okay, fine. What did we want to do? I forgot. Attention spam of a squirrel. No, none of this. Let's just wait. Yeah, we assigned them things. Let's wait. I don't know where the division is. Go home. Deploy. Oh, it's here, right. Is it here? I'm so confused. Yeah, it's one of these. It's here. Yeah.
The people will come to our side.
Public campaign critical success. Okay. Amazing.
Sentiment is increasingly with us.
Great. All of that is really good. Yeah.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Xenology lab. Meantime, we are researching the clandestine cells. Which is gonna take a little while. Our research is not particularly great. The output. Okay.
Things up.
Still cannot really do much with them. Let's wait. I'm gonna probably have to spend some influence to get a good roll on Morris to try and take the US over. If Marek had said that it was wrong, I would have made a poem on the spot. I would also believe that. And today, you are just telling the obvious things, but yes.
Standing by for orders.
Both of those statements are true. I'd say 83%. I like our chances. Lettington could maybe, just maybe. It's I don't like spending our influence that much, but we need this. We need this, and we need this to happen quickly. So let's do it, and also throw some money at the US.
Ready to
go. Try to boost our influence.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters. If we only convince them we are worthy.
Centrist, yes, the Academy has been encountered. Okay. Hello, Academy. New projects available, we don't care.
We've moved the needle.
Public campaign success.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Also success, okay. Oh, someone else is campaigning here. I think the resistance is campaigning here. Buggers. I don't want to compete, I just want to have an easy time. Take it over. Even looks suspicious like spooky. Yeah. We could change that. Just again I asked.
Cleaning things up.
Okay, another point in the US done. More unity. More good.
Our presence
okay, amazing. Another one worked out. This is gonna give us control over more armies as well. Entire budget on unity until we can take over. Mogul Adams looks like my Discord avatar. No, she.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Calyx character looks kinda like the initiative spokesperson to Morris. This lady. Okay. We've got 2 more armies. Let's bring all of our friends together. And we need assignments.
Ready for my mission.
Let's check this out. So, no corporations that are useful. That's unfortunate. Morris can get another persuasion point. That will be big. Oh yeah, we are almost at the cap. We will need to abandon Mexico relatively soon. Calyx still cannot get the level up. Laterington can get the persuasion. These 2 are gonna be our main persuasion people. I would like an inspector class counselor after we are done with this. Let's take a look. Even if we go over cap, let's do another campaign. It has 6 points. This is so expensive. Oh, it's gonna suck. Okay.
Ready for my mission.
Let's try to take it over. We need to do it quickly, reason being, otherwise other people will come here and steal the executive branch from us. We cannot have that.
Ready for my mission.
We cannot have that under any circumstances. Okay. What else do we want to do? Calyx, I still just gonna use her for campaigning, even though it's a bit of a waste of her talents. I just don't have other targets.
What's the up?
Adams is gonna do... this.
We must
there you go.
We must not only defend human lives from the aliens, we must ensure those lives remain worth living.
So these are the resistance people. They are the closest faction to us, just less extreme. They want to protect Earth, but they are reactionaries. They don't want to destroy the aliens. They only destroy them if they need to. Okay, but they still are kinda useful to us if we don't antagonize them. But unfortunately, they've started boosting their opinions in the US as well, which is a problem. They want to take over. We don't want to let that happen. Leading the resistance? I mean, for sure. I don't care who these people are. It's, you know, that's the different factions. Even our faction, like, if you didn't play as us, I think who leads us is someone from South America. Like, I don't particularly care. The counselors are all over the place as well. And this game is like, as I said before, it has a very specific rhetoric. There is only one solution to the problems, and that's unifying the Earth pretty much. But also just there is always going to be squabbling with the other factions. But to an extent, you want to unify as much of the Earth as possible. And to do that, you kind of have to, you can imagine, force a certain point of view. So I want to get into it. I don't agree with most of this game's politics, but it's a game. In this setting, I get it. It's cool. That's why I like it. But don't like take it as a real life example of anything, because it's if you really stop for 2 seconds and think about it, it's really stupid. I much more agree with Hearts of Iron 4 politics than this. But you know, it plays well. I like it. That's why I play it. But don't necessarily agree with it.
Public opinion remains
okay, failed. We failed. Maybe that's gonna mean that we win the rolls on those things though, right? Merging our armies.
Our supporters are in place.
Yes. The second one was a failure. Now we've got the mass media under our control. We still need to boost unity because resistance is gonna boost their own things, and we do not want that to happen. So US can take it. They can take like a, 30 days of someone completely insane controlling the budget and spending everything on unity. It's gonna be fine. Okay, second army is under control. Let's put everyone together. Morris. How is the clandestine cell research going?
Where to?
Well, it's going. Okay. Spy Calyx. I want to spy on people, most likely. We could also crack down on something, get some other country, but like I don't have the control points to get anything. Instead, we might actually want to... Well, I need to do something that doesn't cost influence, but is useful to us. Do we have someone who can investigate? We could investigate our own people to get an information on how loyal they are, but... it's fine. I might have to abandon Canada, which would make me very sad. I would like to keep Canada. Let's just boost...
I will tell our story.
Public opinion. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do... Just do that.
The people.
Where do you need me?
I might...
Ready.
Acknowledged.
Send
Reporting in.
Letterington to stabilize Kazakhstan. No, it's Ukraine, sorry. Kazakhstan. Yeah, it's... I mean, we are fixing the country, which is something. So I'm gonna lower its military spending and I'm gonna do a single round of stabilization on it.
Restoring order.
Okay. That will help, hopefully. And we still have our abandoned point in Japan, which is useful. I would like to keep Canada. Yes.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Critical success, okay.
Come to our side.
Yeah, US is getting polarized now. The only opinions left are, do we murder all the aliens or just the aliens that come to your doorstep? Is kind of the deal.
We've gained significant support.
And we've overtaken the legislature. Okay, I think might be time to start spending money on actual things government should spend money on. Let's do some welfare, not much. Let's get knowledge pumping. Education, really important, as you might imagine. Military spending needs to go up. Some boost and mission control, and that's it. No more armies, no more nuclear weapons at the moment. Let's get this. We are our cap. I dread to even look. I'm gonna have to abandon Canada. I'm sorry. I would like to keep Canada, but as it is, I just cannot afford it with my point limit. I might come back to it. Like someone else might not even take it. Yes, I know. It sucks. I would like to keep it, but we cannot. We'll also abandon Mexico. It's gonna bring us slightly to normal, and then hopefully soon we'll be able to do something about this. Okay, so before we do anything else, let's check out... Oh yeah, corporations. Okay, anything useful? This is giving influence. I will want to pick this up. It costs 10 influence to buy, but it pays for itself in 10 months, and it gives him... Morris is gonna have +1 on... persuasion, yes. Also, we want to go ahead and go for this... Scullix, why? Okay, I'm gonna have to go with Calyx and pick up administration capability for her, so she can get Mogul intelligence broker. She's gonna give her +2 espionage and 2 investigation. She's gonna become a monster eventually, just absolutely sniping people. For now, everything kind of sucks. It's early game, our control point limit is very limited. That's why the AIs have been abandoning a lot of countries, because they just cannot hold them, even if they wanted to. They also are restrained by this limit. We can actually see it. If we go into faction breakdown and we go into resources, we see their all their resources at all times if you want to. This is information that the game will tell you at all times. If you know about the faction, that is. The initiative and the protectorate are still secretive. But if we've discovered a faction, we know about their limits and things. So we know that everyone's over limit pretty much. But considering science output, we definitely are ahead, because we have the US of A, and we also get Canada and part of Japan, even though these are abandoned. It still does benefit us. Otherwise, the servants have a bunch of money. In terms of boost, everyone's doing pretty poorly. Apart from the Academy does have boost. Even more than us, actually. Which is a bit unfortunate. They start with it, I think, because they are the centrists. They'll lose their footing soon. But not yet. Otherwise, looks like the Middle East is kind of under control of the exploitative faction. Makes sense. These petrol states will be great for them because they can do the spoils. Easily get money and keep the states running with corruption. It's really easy to do. But they also do have something in Europe. Benelux and Ireland. And point in Poland. And in Ukraine. They are everywhere, these dudes. Okay, they must be over limit like crazy. Right, so we only get US, really. Let's bring it completely under our control. We only want... Kazakhstan is not negotiable. We cannot abandon Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has more rockets it can fly into space than US. Okay, so if I want to do that, now we don't have the neighbor bonus, which is a bit of a problem.
Bringing them on board.
But it's just 1 point, so we can probably do it. And with Kalex, we'll just... we might actually look at someplace else. We might want to eventually expand. Or secure Kazakhstan. Yeah, let's do that.
Try to sway the public.
Standing by.
As I said, it's really important for us, so...
Telling our story.
I'm gonna make sure
Acknowledged.
that we have a presence.
Making our case.
It's all about priorities, what to keep with the countries. It's unfortunate. You could cheat and start the game with like 400 cap. I tried that. Problem is the AI is gonna get it as well, and it results in the game developing into a horrible mess really quickly. This is also a mess, but believe me, the mess could be worse. Also, the servants are in Italy. They've got 2 points. They control the corporations and the mass media in Italy. And mass media in Spain. Okay. The geese are sad. Nukes not useful against aliens. Sort of. But that's why the aliens don't come here and just nuke us. Like they could. They do have the technology level to do it. But why don't they do that? There are several reasons for it. I'm not gonna tell you why, but there is a reason for it. Because they are advanced, they are more advanced than us. They do have weapons that are capable of that. But it has like 3 reasons why they don't do that. And our nukes actually are one of the reasons is like, if you think about it, we have the nukes. Like if they fly here, even with their fancy technology, they'll suffer a lot of damage if we just decide to press the button. You know, why risk it? So that's one, but also the nukes are kind of useful when there is like a localized thing, but not when everything's going to shit. Like nothing's gonna help you then, because you will destroy the earth, you will destroy the economy, and that's you should use armies against the aliens, not nukes, because the nukes cause damage to the planet, which is not good. It damages the global economy. But if it's like, again, that's what I told people at the start, if it's like in the middle of Amazon rainforest, like, yeah, just nuke it. It's fine. If it's somewhere where there's economic region, yeah, no. That's not good. Also, there are Godzilla monsters. Kaiju is very real. And it's gonna happen at some point. Against these you could use nukes, but there's no point. You could use armies. If you have the US army, you are pretty much... It's the strongest army in this game at the start. You just need to not neglect it. and keep investing into it, and it's gonna scale well. And don't lose the US, of course. That's also a problem. Okay. So we are trying to fix up sentiment or public opinion in Kazakhstan, and we are doing, Morris is trying to take over the government, the executive power pretenders. Okay, residents of a town, Nur Sultan region, are claiming that an alien infiltrators are stalking the streets in human form. It sounds far-fetched, but given the global situation, and the reports of alien activity are worth investigating. There can be no room for mistakes. Burn it all down. I would do it, but yeah, there is actually is xenomorphing activity, which means it's like terraforming. They are changing our planet to suit themselves, not us with their flora they are sending over with their ships, and it's spreading. So what do we do? Yeah. Take out the town and its environments for clues. Hallucinations, failure. It has high chance of failure, this. Round up the entire population for examinations. Failure. This one has good chances. Oh, good. Burning it all down actually costs the least for some reason. Causes limited damage to the economy and population in Kazakhstan. Very sad. But it will reduce the spread of the horrible thing. But it does also impact cohesion by 2 points. That's horrible. 2 points is bad. Let's do round up the population and examine it. I'm just gonna close the eyes and just roll the dice. Aren't Jesus be praised? Yes? Ah, fuck, it failed. Okay. Yeah, they even hate us for that. Well, that's great. It really makes you feel like you have impactful impact with your decisions. Hey Jake, welcome. I've had a lazy eye on this for a while. How is it? It's good. It's like Xenonauts or XCOM, but brought to grand strategy, which is by itself a good concept for a game. Execution is a bit sloppy though, like in some areas, I'd say. It definitely could use more polish. But as a game, it's really interesting, it hooked me. I'm not sure if you would like it though. So probably would have to, like, the problem is the complexity, right? So like it's sort of like with Paradox games, but if you've played any Paradox games, you know they are all kind of similar. This one is different in many ways, and that's why it requires you to learn the whole new thing, which is good and bad at the same time, because it is time consuming to learn how to do it well. If you just don't want to flail around, you know. So things that are good, things that are bad. We might want this corporation. It's not great, it would cost us a lot of money, but it's one engineering which unlocks a second slot for research in our own sort of tab, which is not bad. And +1 security could be useful for Morris. Yeah, Morris is gonna take it. And now we go to research. We still haven't gotten it. Oh yeah, clandestine cells almost done. It's gonna be good. I'm glad you read it out loud, Marek. I read examination as extermination. Yeah, it was not extermination. It was examinations, but it didn't work.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Because the button says no. Clandestine cells are done. Amazing. Okay. Our private research is gonna go towards... I have no ops right now. Let's get it. because otherwise we won't be able to get any alien sites or anything investigated. Servants have almost done this. Let's invest into biotech with 1 point, and then we'll see. Let's let them slowly research this. That's fine. And we could get a new counselor. I don't have the influence for it though. Well, I could hire someone for 30, but if we hire someone, I want it to be a good one, which means 60.
We were unable to establish control.
Morris failed. No, this is gonna cost me even more influence.
Humanity shatters the boundaries
to try it again.
It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button.
Okay, they've done that research. What are they doing next? Arrival domestic politics, right? Yeah, whatever works for them, I guess. That's horrible that Morris failed. Actually, I was kind of counting on him not failing that, but okay. Oh yeah, we have a division in Korea. I'm gonna bring it home. There you go. New normal. Now, yeah, missions are gonna occur only once per 15 days, not per 7 days anymore for everyone. So the frequency is gonna go slightly down, but more resources overall are gonna be gained in between each. So actually good as well. Yeah, let's spend some influence.
This place in no time.
Your orders?
And we really want to stabilize Kazakhstan. But we also do have some capacity, because you'll hire a new counselor soon. So we could potentially... I could see getting a new point, but I need to figure out where. We could crack down on... Calix could crack down on a point for the Protectorate people. Right? Well, it would cost influence, so no. Or crackdown purge. That's what I want to say. I'm gonna explain those two when it comes to actually doing it. For now, it doesn't really matter. I could get Mongolia to get more pressure on Russia. Because I'm not gonna get Europe. Like, Europe is a fucking mess. I don't want to even, like, try to solve it. But Russia is fairly simple to control, and it's big, and it can absorb Kazakhstan in order for it to be less heavy on the control points. Russia is really good. So I think we should focus on it. And in order to do that, we need more border guard with it to get more pressure. So let's capture Mongolia because it's free. No one went for Mongolia for obvious reasons. And then one of these small little countries around its border could be good. Not sure. Yeah, most of them are actually taken. So this, why does it have such a low success rate? Well, I cannot spend influence on this. That's for sure. So I can just roll like a garbage roll on that. That's fine. And then Morris is doing his own roll, right? And then we stockpile some influence to get the next counselor. We need that really soon. Project research complete. We got the ops. Okay. Next up, what do we want? Xenology labs could be good. Management research. I'm just gonna go for it. I think it does increase our capacity by 10 points eventually, which is not horrible. And we've got another slot. Let's go for Xenology here. Otherwise, looking pretty good. Just need Morris to actually take control of the United States of America, and it's gonna be fine. Oh yeah, if you abandon a country, I didn't talk about that, but like your points are in crackdown mode when you do that, as I said. And if no one else takes it in a while, they'll come back. Like you will actually get this under control again, and then it's gonna take up the points again. So it's just that anyone else can come and take it if they wish. So we need to be careful about that, but you know, it's good. We did manage to get some stuff set up in like various places. I think that's really good for us. And no one took any of our points yet. It's just like very low aggression for this game. so far. Okay. What else? Well, that's in Crackdown. Yeah, let's just wait. I need that 60 influence. We are getting there.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Good. I need Morris to not fail this for the second time. Okay, 60 points. Let's browse who's available. So who do you really want? I want someone command-based, like an astronaut. Megastar. Astronomer, streetwise, 35 years old. Martyr. Martyr's fine. Government. And we've got public campaign, control nation, investigate aliens, inspire, assault enemy, space asset. Not great. I need someone who can stabilize nations. That's my biggest thing I'm lacking. But I don't want like a commando. What about a hacker? Hacker can only destabilize, yeah. Okay. Judge. Judge can stabilize, and she does have some command, but horrible. Overall. Loss averse is not great. We would have to remove that eventually. But she does have the stabilized nation, at least, which is good. Defend interests, advise, investigate alien activity, control nation, crackdown. No, not convinced. I guess it's the best option we have. I would consider maybe getting rid of the Mogul. It's not a great character, but fine. Let's go for the judge. I wanted an inspector, but there is no inspector to hire. So yes, let's go with judge. Welcome to the team. Rename the first name to judge so I know the role immediately. And she's got 30 XP, but we cannot use it. And next turn we'll actually get to use everyone. We've got 5 counselors now, that's amazing. That will help us out big. How much would it cost us to launch a station to Earth's orbit? 1.5? Let's do it. Low orbit 2. Yes. Platform founded. Let's go here, rename it. Let's do Earth low orbit 1. Let's build, if we build a solar collector, we couldn't afford a lab afterwards. We don't have enough boost. So let's just build the main station first, then we'll see. But we are getting a lot of boost compared to some other AIs. I think we will be good. Just that some of the other people have an advantage by starting with a station.
Mission cancelled.
Control mission unavailable in Mongolia. Fuck. Okay, someone just stole it right under me. That's actually unfortunate. But I don't want to antagonize the initiative if I can help it. Is weather control a thing? Yes. But not like you might think, only like in terms of delaying the global warming, because it damages the economy later. Otherwise, no one gives a shit about if it's raining in Ireland. Because why would you? The only thing that matters is in equator, it's easier to launch rockets. Plus, what else? I don't know, what else to tell you? It's not a better game. I'm sure there's a game like that, this is not the one. Okay, Alien Fleet Victor 2 completes transfer to Earth's orbit. So there will be landing on Earth.
Our presence is growing.
Okay, finally, the US of A is under our control. Let's make sure that the economy makes sense. Alright. And we are fixing the country's problems. The GDP is slightly going down. But everything else is going the good way. So investing more into economy would be good. But we don't want to diverge too much. Maybe like 2 extra points could be justified. And the other letter has boost and mission control at reasonable levels. So I might actually subtract those points from here. And we actually are 169 points. That's good. That is good. Now the complexity will come into play when we get other countries and we get diplomacy and things like that. I'm gonna have to show you that eventually. It's best to be shown with Russia because Russia has claims on other people, so you can actually integrate countries relatively quickly. But if we want Russia, it's gonna take a little while to get, and also leveling up people to get more control cap would be good. Colleagues cannot get anything yet. Yeah, unfortunately, I just can't really do much. So let's just wait. We are waiting on the actions anyway. That's right. UFO crashes on Earth.
We've gained significant support.
Okay.
Prepping for the next mission.
Oh, this lower roll actually worked. Okay. Let's push Unity and Spoils so that we can get some support and it's not easy to coup us out. And I only want this to have border with Russia, with more countries, so I can get more pressure. These points went out of Crackdown. That's unfortunate for the Protector. I was hoping I could take it over, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Standing by.
Anymore. If Russia was free for the taking, I would go for it. Russia is really good. It also has like the most nukes on Earth. So, yeah, that would be good not to have that in control of absolute lunatics. We could do Finland.
What's the op?
Colleagues could go and purge them out of this point.
Removing our enemies.
Where do you need me?
And then we control
Ready to go.
The second point in Finland. Well, it only has one? No, we cannot go after executive before we get the regular one. Right, that's right. Something to be said about the crackdown and purge. So crackdown is, if there's a point and it has this orange thing above it, it means it's in crackdown mode. And it's either because someone did crackdown action on it or that the faction abandoned this country, which is more likely because they don't have the control cap for all this. But something to be said, when a point is in crackdown, you can then use purge on it, which is based on your espionage, and it will make it so that you take over, basically. Because it's simple, when the country is not controlled by anyone, like with the US and Canada, when we just rolled in, there was no one and we just assumed control. It was relatively simple, just win the people over and it's fine. But if there's another faction, like it is in Russia right now, where every point is taken, it's hard, and also some points are fortified. If they fortify them with actions, with counselors, it gets harder to bust them. One of the reasons why Calyx is gonna have to get a lot of espionage, because eventually she's gonna be able to bust through even the fortified points with purge immediately, without crackdown. But it's more like mid-game stuff. For now we are very weak, so we need to really pick our targets and preferably not annoy anyone who is important. Okay, so what do we want to do? We are taking over Finland, which is fine. We might want to fortify our position in this new country we added. It's not great,
I'm here.
but it doesn't need to be great. It just needs to be a thing close to Russia so we can actually get more pressure on them.
Ready for orders.
And we'll investigate some aliens.
Ready for my mission.
We have the judge. We'll stabilize Kazakhstan.
We'll make things safe.
That's right. And Morris is boosting public opinion in Kazakhstan.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Economy in USA has been fixed, sort of, but there's more inequality rising. Let's just try to equalize that. Public campaign mission successful.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Things are
Let's
stabilizing.
remove some unity. In the US, stabilize nation mission successful. So that was Kazakhstan. Yeah, Kazakhstan is getting fixed up as well, even though we don't really care about it that much. It does help to not have it be on fire when we intend to hold it. And yes, we've cracked down on Finnish point here, which that was Protectorate holding it, so we will upset them by doing this, but we don't care. The only thing that matters here for us is that it's close to Russia, but I'm not gonna do spoils. It does actually have mission control. Let's build mission control here. It's gonna get absorbed eventually, so that's what we want. Protectorate has fortified their points here. Buggers. They know I'm after it, most likely. They know I want to kick them out of Russia. As Sweden, but Sweden by itself, it doesn't actually have much of a value to us. It's good if you want to reform the EU, but I'm not going for the EU states. I go for the Warsaw Pact states. Like, maximum we want is Poland and Czech Republic eventually. Something like that. And it's peacefully consolidating it. War-wise, we can do whatever. But they nerfed the approach that worked most for most people before, where you were able to chain wars really easily and quickly to overcome the early game and just snowball. Because the deal is, if you consolidate countries into each other with either federation or conquest, it means that overall the country takes less points to maintain, alright? And so that's why people want to do it. You really want to do it as quickly as possible. But problem is, the devs know it, and so they nerfed the way it was done, and now it's really hard. You have like 3 different cooldowns you need to be mindful of, and it's just a mess. So like, yeah, I get it why they nerfed it, but at the same time, it's a game, let people have fun. Like, it was like fine as a mechanic. It's just, I don't agree with them nerfing it, but whatever. Okay, Earth, low orbit station. Let's add a solar collector to it. And let's add life science lab. There you go. It's still in construction. It's gonna take a while until that's built. It's gonna turn it into a research station. That's all a boost away, but that's why we have it, so it's alright. We need assignments next. Let's take a look. So if all of these points are fortified, there's literally nothing I can do about Russia at the moment. I could take over Finland and then abandon it later, I suppose, but I don't really want to do that.
Your orders?
I don't need full Poland, but missing out on that executive slot is kind of like, it's, if we have it, might as well have the executive one, right? It only costs 6 points, so we could have it. I'm gonna send Morris to take it over. It's very successful. There you go.
Ready.
Calyx. Let's use her to boost opinion. I'm just gonna dig in.
Ready to go.
Because we need to dig in.
Making our
we should actually start. I'm actually gonna.
Buy for orders.
Let's take a look. What would it take to boost in Russia?
I will try to sway the public. Ready for my mission.
Judge cannot boost public opinion, which is fine. So she can stabilize Kazakhstan instead.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
What we want to do now is, instead of boosting ourselves in Kazakhstan, I'm just gonna boost in Russia.
Ready for orders.
Try to prepare for the takeover.
We'll make our appeal.
Where to?
There you go. A lot of it will have kind of low chances.
I'm here.
Actually, not gonna take that last one in Finland then. Morris is gonna join the Conga line and just go for Russia.
Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
I see this game has user modifications already, so you seemingly change mechanics if you don't like them. Always nice to see. Yeah, but this is not one of the mechanics that you can change. No mods are affecting that because it's a recent update. Maybe someone's gonna come up with a mod eventually, but as it is currently, those mechanics are still in place, and there's not a single thing you can do about them. But you can tailor your gaming experience to what you like. At the start, you can make the aliens progress slower, things like that. I haven't done that for this, so I want to give you the vanilla flavor. But if I play myself, I might tweak some settings. Right. Initiative, these are the people who want to exploit the aliens. If I encounter the initiative, the leaders of this shadowy cabal reveal little about themselves or their methods. In some regions, they are behind rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's governments and corporations. In others, they have founded companies selling products that already protect from an infectious alien disease they seem to have made up. Okay? Yeah, like, you know, snake oil sellers, but also people who are just interested in getting their own advancement in this situation that Earth finds itself in. I wonder if Lover Slab has any mods for this. There is a mod for anime waifu counselors, if you asked about that sort of thing.
Laying the groundwork.
So yes. Of course. Near miss. Oh, I constructed a space station and immediately it almost got hit by garbage in orbit. Okay. We got some signs from it. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I played this game before, started my run, everything went fine. I was saving up for my first base on Moon. It took me like a year to save up the rocket fuel for it, or the rockets. Get a base on Moon, start mining, right? I build a mining module which costs like most of that cost. The second I click the button, this event happens. A random module from all your stations will suffer damage randomly. And it picked the mine and it destroyed it. And so, other AIs were just monopolizing space. So just like, that one event can just absolutely, it was really painful. But stuff like that happens. And you can load and save the game. But I'm not gonna do that, of course. But you could do that. It is a valid option, because you could consider that that is really not very cash money. It's really not. Okay, Morris is finally gonna get his... No, he doesn't have enough. Collects. Nope, not enough XP, right. I still need to grind up some more experience. Just don't have enough. No corporations that are interesting.
There are two types of people in this world.
Outpost tabs. It's a new technology. That is good. We'll want to switch to something else. What did they pick? Arrival, international relations. Yeah, these are fine. They can do what they like. And we are not gonna contribute to that at the moment. Just gonna focus on our stuff. Safe scam. Yeah, I mean, 99% of people probably would, and I wouldn't blame them. Because that was horrible. Like, the entire build-up phase of like years worth of rocket capability from Russia and the US just went down the shitter because of one event that chose that one specific module. And I had other modules that it could pick, but it decided it was to be the mine. But I went... Like, the chances of this happening are like very low, so I'm just gonna see what happens. And of course, like, I lost because it was insurmountable then, because the other AIs just monopolize space. You need to get to space early or you die later, so... Not great. Project complete. Xenology lab. Sure, But first we want Outpost Core, which is gonna give us capability to build a base on the moon. Okay. Let's see what happens with Russia.
Sentiment is increasingly with us.
Good.
We were unable to increase security.
That sucks.
The people will
Good.
come to our side.
Getting some presents.
Move the needle.
So is good.
Our case remains unheard.
Yeah, there are other agents at play there. I just saw some things jump. We have lost mass media control in Mexico to the resistance. Yeah, sure. I don't want to be in conflict with resistance. So we'll take a look. They're tolerating us. They just took over one of our points, which is fine. I don't want Mexico. I don't plan to go to Mexico anytime soon. So they are welcome to if they want it. It's just, you know, it's good to have those points even if they are cracked down. Otherwise, we are in conflict with pretty much everyone apart from the resistance. But that's how it starts from the get-go, I think. I don't antagonize any of them. Well, I did take a point from the Protectorate. But I only want to bash the alien lovers. All the rest of these people are our potential allies. I don't want to antagonize them. It's really easy to do that. They will hate you. The AI will take a look at how the AI is doing, and then it will look at how you are doing, and if you are doing well, then it's gonna lower its relations with you until it can attack you. And it will chain, like, 12 enemy counselors will come to the USA, and they will keep spamming public relations until you see each turn this shifting, like, dramatically. So, like, no, you don't want to get it to that. Just don't get people to hate you, and it's gonna be fine. Don't make enemies out of everyone. It's really easy to see and go like, I want this and I want that, and just start taking over. Yeah, you can, but it's gonna shoot you in the kneecaps long term. Because people will not forget that you've taken over their things, and they will hate you for it. A lot. Cloud says, I heard anime waifus, yes. This game does have the counselor portraits, anime ones, but yeah, Hearts of Iron has that as well. Horny jail. I get to stay with all the other horny people. Yeah. Is it a punishment at all? Tolerance, what a disgusting word. Yeah, it's the initiative. Have I read about them? Yeah, I did. Hub module complete. Okay. It's good. In Hearts of Iron, I have my anime waifu mod, of course. Okay. I think I saw that in one of your screenshots. I just decided not to criticize you for it.
At your service.
Which I'm not gonna do even now, because just saying it doesn't mean I'm criticizing you actively right now. I'm just talking about the thing you did, and that I don't agree with it necessarily, but you know, you are your own man, in control of your own decisions. Okay. Things. We want to boost our presence in Russia.
Must persuade the people.
Eventually, when we have the cap for it, and these points will go out of being fortified, we want to take over.
Making our case.
How are we gonna do that is another matter. We need a research. Specific research needs to happen in order for the initiative to lose its supporters. And that specific research is Deep System Skywatch, this thing. And I suspect the initiative is delaying it on purpose. So if we research this, then we might actually switch to that and just do it rather quickly. We need that because it's gonna weaken the initiative on the whole world quite substantially, which is gonna be good for us. Judge. I suppose we just stabilize Kazakhstan once more. Or we could stabilize the US if it still has some unrest It still has some unrest, so
We'll turn down the heat.
let's fix their issues. Otherwise, US is looking green across the board, which is good. Anything we could tweak? No? I think that's fine, as it is. No, I can't build Grand Insula without saying Grand Insula waifu. You need tolerance on your engineering specifications, otherwise you get junk parts. I suppose I'll have to allow that, but no more tolerance. Kill the aliens. Yes, I mean, we are humanity first. No tolerance to aliens is definitely our way. But with the other people, it's different. The problem is, I don't want to spoil much, but like some events later on will cause the servants and the protectorate to go haywire and start to really be more along the lines of a real enemy. But until, like, if we can justify it, we should not antagonize any of these factions much. We should just keep bashing the aliens, the alien lovers. But it's hard because the people who might be our friends might also hold key territory for us, and that could suck, like really hamstring us, so, yeah. At least this is not held by the resistance. That's one of the good things, I suppose.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
The people will come to our side.
There's definitely another counselor
Public opinion remains unmoved.
at play here. Because this shifts dramatically each turn. We're getting some small support, but it's not much really. It appears we have some supporters in North Korea, making it a good target for us to control. I'm gonna disappoint the believers in North Korea again. I cannot get it. North Korea is not what I need. This is a really good organization. Can Calix have it? Okay, I might have to unequip this one. The problem with this one is it actually could work for the judge as well. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to the judge, I suppose. Judge. Get it. 100, which is a lot, but it's gonna give us influence and money. And ops. Ops is really important. And then it boosts her stats across the board. It does give her command, which is good. Okay. Let's see our quick learners. This one cannot have anything yet. Calix needs to wait a little bit with the level up. Okay, fine. What do we do next? More stabilized nation in Kazakhstan? Yeah, I mean, there is still strife.
Restoring order.
And then we just keep spamming support until we are able to take over Russia. It's really the key thing we need to do here. Russia is really important for us. So I go with the unholy alliance of US and Russia.
The aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
Yes, the surrender monkeys. Okay. The Protectorate encountered. We have encountered the Protectorate. The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat, but they have concluded that any species that can cross interstellar distances is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. Traitors? Okay.
The differences in our languages are irrelevant.
Yeah, they researched a thing. Unity movements. No! They are doing a useless technology. Okay, fine. Let them do what they want with their slots. Unfortunately, I cannot control the global research. I could try, but my output is not great. Let's see how we compare. So they are at 11, 13, 11, 10, 14, 14. 14 is a lot. It's like half of our output. So significant. We need to be careful what we get and what we don't get. Let's see our low orbit station. It is a research station, and we'll give it another... we could get a xenology lab. Yeah, let's get a xenology lab. I'm gonna explain. Do you want to know how the modules work with this station? It's... so... this is the station. It needs to have a core, which in this case we are very low tech, so we only have the platform core, which only has 4 expandable areas. Hello, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Right, so it has 4 possible module slots, right? And this module does not take power from the station, but any other module will. And you can see your power overlay here. So this station is currently using 5 out of its 10 maximal power. This solar collector is tier 1 collector. It gives 10 power to a station. And so we are powering this lab, which costs 5. That's why I'm building another one, because we can support another one. But then we are practically stuck. We cannot really fit anything here. So that's kind of why. Also, every single module has costs in these resources. Cash for the crew and resources like water or volatiles, these materials here, which we'll mine from asteroids or moons, places like that. For now, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so pretty simple. Later on, you can build larger stations. For now, it doesn't really have an impact. But we need some research going, and I would even go for more stations, but we need to start saving up boost to get to the moon eventually, when the technology for that is researched. Project complete outpost core. That's gonna allow us to build a base on moon. We need to get something else next. What is it gonna be? This is irrelevant for now. Military science lab is good. Let's go for it. But I'm actually gonna lock this slot for now and just push these 2 techs instead. Our research has fallen a little bit. Don't know why. It's probably because we lost a country. I don't know if I'm gonna be naming bases, because it's gonna be a fucking mess. Like, I have a system. You will have, in this game, you will have like 300 bases eventually in the solar system. I don't want to sift through that garbage, like, when it's named randomly. It's for my own sanity. I need to rename them, otherwise I will never be able to tell what is what. So let's not do that.
Things are cooling off.
We've moved the needle.
Public campaigns.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Good.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Armies or counselors. I've got 2 counselors free. We've got Mogul or Judge. These 2. Or we could get armies. I've got 4 armies, 5 armies that are unnamed. Or yeah, that's pretty much it. I have 2 agents that are unnamed: Mogul Adams and Judge Young.
Next mission.
Unrest in the US is low, which is good. Some new orgs have become available. Let's check them out. Morris can get a skill point. Let's give him even more persuasion to more easily bust into Russia later. Calyx can get quick learner for later. It's gonna be really important. Letherington can pick up persuasion. Striver, yeah. So Adams is gonna get... What is she gonna benefit most from? I think we want a little bit of persuasion on her as well. Judge could get... well, we need influence to get that quick learner trained up later. You'll take an army? Okay. And Judge Super Chiefs. Okay. Let's do that. Do you want me to change the appearance in any way? If you do, let me know. These are the possible portraits. You can also change voices and such, but that's like too deep for a chat. To default is fine. Okay. Judge Super Cheese is appointed. And armies. Got an army here. So let's name this next one. I just remember you like flamethrowers, and just for some reason like flower throwers. But no, let's just, I don't know how to name it. It's just Flying Dancer, I guess. If you have any other name, like Morris named them Moses Martian Murderers. So anything like that could also work. So let me know if this is what you want. I just need to make sure that this is capital letter. There you go. Because it displays with capital letters here, but here it's all capital letters. Which is kind of strange, but that's how it works. Yeah. We could do that, I guess. Okay. We've got 1 mission control used out of 7. Mission control is how many things you can have in orbit, as I said before. The aliens have rapidly become more popular in Philippines. Perhaps we should investigate for alien activity there. Never. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, I know there are aliens. We are investigating any crash sites, but like anything else really is not my problem at this point. So we're just gonna
ready for my mission.
Yeah.
I will tell our
keep
story.
Pushing our agenda in Russia.
Ready for orders.
And yeah, make sure Kazakhstan is
we'll make things safe.
Ready for orders.
Good. Government in Kazakhstan has risen slightly, but now it's losing stuff because we need more science, I think. Well, it is advanced. So why is it so shit in government? It's knowledge and economy. Well, yeah, I suppose the economy is low, therefore it's low overall, right? But I cannot really touch this priority much. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine as it is. It's gonna get absorbed into Russia eventually.
Standing by.
Which is gonna make everything okay.
Making our case.
Where to?
Yeah. Keep boosting relations, even if it's a very low chance. Just spam it. It's fine.
We must persuade the people.
Okay. And the time is coming, hopefully soon, when we'll actually research the thing that makes Academy go away. I would also crack down on protectorate points when they go out of defensive mode. Bloodswerfer squad. Just set me in to kick some alien Gluteus Maximus at some point. I mean, we will. The US military is going to be the instrumental part in our plans. And they need an upgrade as well. So we are investing in the military tech. So eventually, they'll get some space weapons. Or space era weapons. For now, they're, you know, modern, the most modern military on Earth at the moment. But we need to push it further because the aliens, their tech level is a little bit different than ours. Plants vs. Zombies are the Plants vs. Aliens, yeah. Yeah.
Our cause is unjustified.
Yeah, well, some of it worked out, which is good.
Our cause is unjustified.
So it's like someone else is active here. I'm pretty sure of it. Who is rising? Resistance and... yeah, that's it. Okay, so maybe Resistance is trying to boost itself a lot here. That sucks. I don't want to compete with them, but like if they try to take my stuff, I have to do something about it. Which is not great. What do we want next? Let's get Heb living quarters researched, even though we don't really need it. Unity movements, global research, arrival, domestic politics. Alright. Yeah, I just want to burn through this research next relatively quickly. It's important we do that. Anything else you want to do? Not yet. But it sucks. I don't like to compete with Resistance like this. I hope they go elsewhere. Just go and find other things to do. Leave Russia for me. We really need it. And if there is Resistance in there, it's gonna be really hard to dislodge them at any point. I see this point has been abandoned by the initiative. We could crack down on it, or purge it rather. Get Mongolia. That would help us to get better actions in Russia. So we will take Kalix. She's gonna go and purge Mongolia. 95% chance. Beautiful.
We're taking power.
Your orders?
Okay.
Standing by for orders.
We could take over something. I still have points. Let's get Finland. Super Cheese is gonna be sent on a mission to spread
Standing by.
At your service.
the message about destroying all the aliens to Finland. I'm sure Finns will love it. Let's go to Russia and spam some more propaganda. And then you've got Mogul Adams left, and she's got decent stats across the board. I'm gonna leave a turn for her to spend 10 influence and get advice for the US. It's gonna boost their overall performance, and it's good.
I will help them.
So let's do it. Finns love puns, right?
Offering assistance.
I'm not sure. Sure, we'll finish the job. Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, Finns are pretty rough as people. Just a lot of vodka and bears, so maybe they enjoy a good joke. Let's hope so. They also love fighting Russians. It's also their thing. So, you know. Yeah, I mean, the Mongolians need to be brought into the belief that all Xenos need to be purged. UFO crashes in Niger. Okay.
Then they can clean or cook or
Finally done with the research. Deep System Skywatch. Let's research it so that our great friends in the initiative lose like half of their control points.
Their hearts and minds.
And it's gonna provide a massive boost for us across the board, because we are extremists. Like, we are not supposed to have a widespread support, but we do because of what we do. But after this technology, the whole world should see an increase in our support, hopefully.
Prepping for next mission.
We're winning their hearts.
Hey, Egg Mountains, welcome. Okay, we've built a lab, or is it? That's the solar collector, right? Or is it? It's a xenology lab, right? Yeah, it was a xenology lab. That's right. Good. I would even like another station in orbit, but that might be too greedy to try and get it. Later, once we get some income from the moon, we might get a second one. For now, we cannot really afford it. Should check out our skills soon. Did the Mongolian things work? We are working on it, right? And Finland as well. See what happens. Oh yeah, there's an agent in Russia.
Our enemies are still in control.
We're taking over.
Kalix failed in Mongolia, but we succeeded in Finland. So let's bring Finland into something resembling actual economy. How are they looking? Yeah, everything's looking fine. They actually have advanced learning. Homogeneous, if anything, so we should drop the unity, but I need support. So wait. We'll need to set Calyx on another mission to purge. Just a bit unfortunate. I wanted to discover this agent here.
Where do you need me?
We actually have a target for assassinations. There's an agent of... Where is... They're in Mongolia. Oh, this is a resistance. They might actually take it over. I'm a little bit worried about that, honestly. Okay, let's not kill him. Let's just purge it first before he purges it. Oh no, that's why we failed, because they taken it. Okay, so it's resistance now. Well, thanks. That's great to have such nice friends. What is next then? Norway technically does border them, but I don't necessarily want to go to conflict with the initiative, or sorry, the academy. At least not yet. But this protectorate point seems juicy. First we need to crack down on it. Which seems reasonable. Let's
Going after their people.
Do a crackdown.
I'm here.
We keep boosting.
We'll make our...
The Russia judge is done.
Your orders?
Investigate some aliens.
I'm here.
Ready to go.
Reporting in.
Judge is going to stabilize nation. Do we need to do more in Kazakhstan? It is still subversion. US is going to peaceful by itself. I'm not gonna do that. Let's go to Kazakhstan instead.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Make sure it's gonna be a worthy addition to Russia eventually. And let's confirm our assignments. We are rushing Deep System Skywatch. Let's spread it a little bit more naturally now. We are not rushing anymore. Just let it happen. Because we are lacking support here anyway. Seems like the resistance is anywhere I want to go. Which is a bit unfortunate. So she says, so I should take my time and be sure I'm not not rushing things. Yeah. There goes my year vacation on the steppes. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to live in a tent in the middle of the Taiga Mongolia. If you know anything about its geography, 99% of its people live in a single city of Ulaanbaatar. It has very little water, and the little water there is actually rainfall, and it's very reliant on, you know, the weather. Other things to go with it. I think it was part of the Soviet Union before. They kind of ruined it as well, as they did with many other countries. But like, not a great country to live in, unfortunately, to the people living there. What else do I want? What's the goal? World domination? No, resisting the aliens. We are humanity first. We are here solely to find a way to destroy the aliens. Find out where they are, how many of them there are, and destroy them before they destroy Earth. That's our goal. World domination is only there to provide sufficient power base and economy to do it with. But it is necessary. So, you know, some of it is gonna happen through conquest, some of it relatively peacefully with purges and crackdowns, but it's gonna happen. Right. See the US economy. Diverse. Let's subtract some points from unity. Invest some more into military. One more point into eco. And welfare, let's subtract 1 point. This should still go really well. And we've got our missions ready, so let's unpause the game. happy living quarters. Let's get... I just want management research, but it's greedy. Restored Warsaw Pact could be good, but nothing important right now. Operations is fine. I'm gonna start doing this on a slow burner. This on the back burner, just leave it here. Because eventually it's gonna be really important and good, but it's 2000 points. And we are not gonna be able to do it anytime soon.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay.
Our efforts didn't have any effect.
The people will come to our side.
We've neutralized
Crackdown successful. So Calix was successful in destabilizing the power base in Georgia. And she's gonna do her own purge as well. In that she doesn't need anyone else to come and help her. She's gonna murderize people. Investigate alien activity. Mission complete. Okay, nothing interesting to find out about that. We want to put as much border guard on Russia as possible, so this is another country that's gonna do that. It's the sole reason for us going after it. Eventually we'll just abandon it, most likely. We could also start relation things, but that's a problem. Like, influence is finite resource, and every single shift in diplomacy, like how a country sees the other, is costing influence. So we don't want to necessarily be doing that. Let's purge.
Targeting the opposition.
Acknowledged.
Did something bad happen? I was just kind of talking and not thinking. Whatever. Let's go with more boosts here.
At your service.
There are more aliens. I'm gonna use the Mogul.
Again.
No, let's use the Judge.
Ready to go.
Find the aliens.
We'll recon the site.
What's the op?
Keep boosting.
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me?
45%. I don't really care about the success chance. It's all only about spam. And let's check out our stuff. So we've got some corps here. Other organizations. None of them seem that great at a glance. Judge. Judge is gonna get... So she's gonna get Quick Learner, and then we give her... What's the Judge best at? Well, she could do Crackdown and Purges, I guess. Yeah, so... We want to get Investigation up. That's her main stat. Eventually we might move this to Calix when she has enough administrative capacity for it. Okay. Confirm assignments. Just keep hoarding this boost. So we'll need quite a bit on the moon. Alarming new disease. New disease is spreading. Global health watchdogs are reportedly highly alarmed at a new variant of Rift Valley fever. A bunny virus, which can spread easily from human to human. Severe case symptoms can include liver failure, loss of vision, or even hemorrhagic fever. Ever more worrisome is its tendency to cause miscarriage if infecting a pregnant person. There is currently no treatment or vaccine. The World Health Organization has declared the virus a public health emergency of international concern. Let's give them money. It's gonna let people know that we are...
Together, we're stronger. Apart, we're weaker, yeah?
Very good.
Great.
We are supporting our fellow humans, and it's gonna cause a shift in sentiment across the world a little bit against towards us, which is good.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
So Russia, it is going relatively well. I'm just waiting for some of these points to finally get out of defense mode. Hopefully that's gonna happen. But I know for a fact that the AI likes to spam it, so they will probably redefend it immediately. But we know what's gonna happen. The centrists will lose their shit when this hits the fan. So we'll just focus on it a little bit more.
Recon complete.
Alien activity.
An unknown enemy can.
Okay, we have completed investigate alien abductions objective. We are at war. Our investigator has confirmed that multiple disappearances have taken place of both humans and animals. The human disappearances in particular include people well outside the profile of typical missing person reports. Until we learn otherwise, we must assume that they have been deliberately targeted by our alien visitors. Our worst fears are being realized. Unfortunately, we have no leads as to where the abductees may have been taken, or how to stop the attacks from continuing. All we can do is continue to investigate. Okay? Alien methods research is available. We might consider switching to that immediately. Well, it's not available yet, so let's wait.
We've removed some threats.
And Calix has purged
Prepping for next
enemy leadership from Georgia. It's an awful country, right? So let's just do spoils and unity to keep ourselves in power. There you go. And just keep it until we can get it to put border pressure on Russia easily. New project available. Yes, that's what I was waiting on. Let's switch our project here to alien methods. Now, something to be said with the research. We've got 15% bonus because 5% from the sites we investigated. Each one gives you plus 1%, and then 10% whole from having the lab in orbit. And I'm really glad I picked that up. I would even want more, but it's expensive to get running with the boost, so unfortunately I cannot get more at the moment, but I would like more labs like that, because the research bonuses can be really significant. Okay. What else? Are we still on cooldown? Yeah. Not having actions yet. Initiative fails a purge mission targeting Canada. Oh, right. So they tried to purge us and they failed. Good for us. Even though I'm on a abandoned nation there. Okay.
What's the op?
What else do we do? We are over limit again. I need to make sure that does not happen. What the fuck is this? This gives you +1 persuasion and a little bit of income, and it only takes 1 point. I'm gonna buy it for Morris. Yeah, it fits him. Let's do it. What's the other thing? Desier Foundation gives you espionage. Okay. Calix could use this. I just need to give her a stat. I'm gonna buy it. Give it to Morris at the moment, and then you'll reassign it. Okay. The geese send them packing. Yeah.
What's the op?
Where to?
That she did. Okay. We could assassinate someone. Who is that? We don't want to antagonize Project Exodus. So Calix is gonna go and boost relations in Russia most likely. I don't think I have other things for her to do at the moment. We could go to Sweden, but like there's very little point. Yeah, someone is sharing Japan with me right now. Japan went out of Crackdown. So it actually is now fully valid point. Sure, I guess. We could abandon it again. But I kinda liked Japan. It really has good stats as a country. It's just that control points are very finite. So I might have to abandon it. Unless I can get 1 point from someone here. Striver, yes. So Mogul can get another persuasion point. And that's gonna bring us to cap. There you go. So we keep the Japan point, at least for now. Okay, what's next? We could advise, we got some influence to spend. So she could help us with US output.
Where do you need?
How is US looking? It still is rising. We need to cancel its unity investment. And then military is looking fine. Welfare is gonna get slashed a little more. Just hardcore push economy and research up. What else? People. Let's get more public boosts in Russia, even though we are competing. It's gonna happen soon, next turn.
Standing by for orders. I will tell our story.
We will get Deep System Skywatch, which means we will finally find out how much alien garbage is in our solar system, and then the centrists will lose their shit, so... Let's wait.
Offering support.
Can I assassinate whoever is co-holding Japan? We could, but that's not a good idea for us, because these are the capitalists. I don't like them. They are some of the worst factions. They're probably my least favorite faction after the alien lovers. But they are not our enemies, and we don't need more enemies. And they are protecting their points. So it would be very difficult to bust through that, even if we could. And I don't know what I would do with those points. I would have to abandon them anyway, because I don't have the capacity to administer anything. That's the deal with this. Like, if you could hold so much territory right now, but it's how the game works. They made it specifically so that you have to do this, like abandon countries, prioritize what you get, work towards an objective, do things like that, instead of just blobbing. They are going into crackdown here because they have Japan. Global research complete. Alien base detected. We have detected base belonging to aliens at Machito Mansa. Alien station detected. Alien base detected. This is what they have, one of their bases in our solar system. It's on the outskirts of it, really, but they are sending ships in and more of them are coming. The Earth. Was that Deep System Skywatch? Select a new technology. We have a say in what gets researched next. We don't want to do mission to the moon yet. I want to start researching things that head towards mining. So let's get mouse drivers. And I would be... These are... Yeah, I'm just gonna keep 1 point on that, that's fine. New project available. Yes, we know about that. So Deep System Skywatch is complete. Hopefully it's gonna actually do what we need. It should happen, there's an event that's gonna happen. Yeah, that's Russia, I know, I'm waiting on the crackdown. These are the unification projects that are gonna keep bugging me. Alliance ends. Okay. US opinion has dropped suddenly. There might be an enemy gently pushing resistance agenda here. But I just don't want to deal with that. We'll see, we might have to do a relations boost there. Hey Michiga, welcome. What do we want? Well, the crackdown hasn't happened. I don't know why. Deep System Skywatch has been completed, but it kinda didn't do what it's supposed to do. Which is puzzling. Because now we know that there are a bunch of aliens in our solar system. But no one gives a shit. They should give a shit. Maybe it's just gonna happen later. Like, some of these events have sort of an RNG in them. I'm just gonna choose to believe that's the case. Let's get Kazakhstan. stabilized.
Ready.
Public campaign in the US. I actually need to do it with Morris.
Making our case.
Acknowledged.
Assassinations, yeah, can't do anything. Just boost relations.
We must persuade the people.
Or boost the opinion. Evangelist is actually good to go to US as well.
Making our case.
Make sure it happens, and then just keep the less skilled people doing Russia things. Blasted across the media, that will shake things up. Well, yeah, I mean, it will happen. People will realize it. It's just that, for some reason, it takes a little while. It's not like it happens immediately, and it's really annoying me because I'm waiting on it. I was trying to tailor my push to Russia with that, but we cannot. Because the game says no. Also, there are so many points taken over by so many factions in Europe. It's a mess. This is a massive mess. There are alien supporters everywhere. Of course, Germany. Let's take a look at what are the resources. So, research-wise, we are still leading. The Protectorate is catching up. Otherwise, what about the boost? A lot of them don't have any, which is good. But Protectorate does have almost as much as we do, and they also have almost the same income of it as we do, which is surprising, but they are probably not upkeeping stations, that's why. Because currently our upkeep for the station means that we have to lift this water and the volatiles and everything to the station to support these crew here. So that's costing us some of our lift. That's why we have so little of that. But it's okay. We'll get more. We need at least like 15 for me to consider doing the technology to push to the moon. Unless the AI decides to do it soon. It could. I don't dominate the slots, so they could just pick it. They do have each their own agenda, so they might decide that's what they want to do. Oh, there we go. That's the event I was waiting for. Jo, v neděli, jestli potřebuješ přestěhovat lašení, tak ti pomůžu. Snad. Co je dneska za den? Čtvrtek. Já ještě jsem neosnej, že uvidíme, ale snad to bude dobrý. Dneska mám první stream po od té doby, co mi je špatně. They have not come in peace. Images of obvious alien military ships and structures in this far solar system have dashed hopes worldwide for a peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts about their arrival. The road ahead is fraught. There is the following effects. Roughly half of the control points belonging to the Academy will suffer crackdown effect for 12 months. Academy suffers a massive loss in public opinion around the world. All nations' cohesion moves one towards extreme values. Good. One of these points went into crackdown. I think the Protectorate is gonna try to snatch it. So Kalex is gonna have to act fast. New projects, yeah, garbage. I'm gonna have to start sorting because it's gonna now display. If we go into our private research, gonna have to sort by category now. There you go.
The people will come to our side.
More. Oh yeah, it's growing. Someone wants to take over. Yeah, it's like
the needle.
It's just moving like crazy. Okay, project complete.
The enemy is not abducting people randomly.
We are heading towards a specific thing with our faction. Each faction has a specific thing they want to reach, and for us it's Purify the Earth focus, which is going to allow us to then investigate more about the aliens and publish the threat to everyone around Earth to let them know what the aliens want with people. We've completed the research alien methods objective. Our alien visitors appear to be working their way up the food chain. Early disappearances were pets and farm animals, and would have gone unnoticed but for the quantity. However, within 2 weeks, they've moved onto humans. Early victims appear random and opportunistic. The aliens were clearly grabbing whoever they could find, but more recent victims have tended to be richer, influential, and more powerful. The aliens aren't abducting humans for food or for fun. They want people who are important. We need to learn why. Well, it's nothing good. You can imagine that. Investigate returned abductees. Abduction victims are starting to resurface. Various media and political figures who should know better are celebrating this as a good news. It is not. The aliens went to enormous trouble to kidnap these people. If they are returning them alive and apparently unharmed, there's a reason for it, and it won't be anything good. We should send counselors to investigate at once. Yes. Persons survey location missions in areas with suspecting alien presence. It's just gonna happen. We've got Purify the Earth project. We will do that eventually. For now, we just need to wait, set our goals. It will give us 40 extra management capacity, which is huge for us. So we definitely want it. It's just that it takes a while. But I cannot focus my research on it. It's just gonna have to wait on the slow burner.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay.
Our case remains unheard.
Well, again, popularity in Russia is just all over the place. Everyone's wrestling over it. Your projects just let me be with that. The AI researched the fragmentation movement for nations because the aliens wanted this. The servants researched a project that gives you like every country can be broken up into multiple pieces, and so now every single project is saying, oh, you can research this to break up freaking Vietnam into 4 pieces. Why would I want that? It doesn't matter, but it does keep spamming me about it because yeah, it's there. Fine, whatever. And like it's for every country, so it's gonna keep spamming me.
Ready to go.
Crackdown, or sorry, purge on this point. It's just 10%? Size of national economy 15, right. Yeah, Russia is, turns out it's still pretty hard to bust into it. This is not good. Can we fix that? No? Apparently no. I was looking for orgs, but I don't think we can do that. That is one that would certainly help if we push onwards with our agenda. But problem is, now that this is in crackdown mode, anyone else can come and take it. Which is a problem, big problem for us. But like, what can I do? I cannot boost this further. It already is giving me a bonus, isn't it? Yeah. -10 for crackdown, control points in rivals, party control, mission difficulty. Yeah, I mean, I just have to roll the dice on it, I suppose. But I don't like this chance. And this is so much of my influence just burning away at a chance that most likely will say no. Let's just do it. It's fine. 49%.
Standing by for
Calix is gonna have to take that chance. What about our populist support in the US? It's getting slightly better. Canada has some unrest, but we need to stabilize Kazakhstan instead.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Ready.
What's the
Morris is gonna campaign in the US
must persuade the people
to safeguard it, and then we spam some actions on Russia.
Ready for orders.
Who knows? Maybe RNGesus is gonna say yes today. I would not count on it.
Ready for my mission.
I would not count on it for a second, but it could happen. That it's not impossible.
We'll make things safe.
Reduce unrest. There we go. See what happens. New project available. Just again, the break up into smaller countries. We don't care.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Things are cooling off.
Stabilize nation, mission success. Sure, good.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Let's see, Calix is still on the job to purge this point.
Mum's last years were a blur of doctors and treatment.
There is a research. What are they doing? Deep space propulsion concepts. Okay, fine. That's okay. I was worried mainly they would go for something stupid or like...
Our associates were unable to take control.
Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. New project available. Not that we care. This is a problem. It's really hard. Also, Canada just came out of crackdown. So did Mexico. I need to redo that. Abandoned nation for Canada. Abandoned nation for Mexico. So it brings us within our cap again. What's the chance on another purge? Yeah, unsurprisingly it's not high. I'm just gonna have to keep rolling though. Like there's nothing I can do really. Just one of these times it's gonna have to work. That's all we can do.
Ready for my mission.
Let's keep spamming.
Standing by for orders.
Popular support. Yeah, we'll
restoring order.
Do that.
Standing by.
Campaign in Russia.
We'll make our appeal.
Your orders?
Some of these have pretty decent chances now, which is good.
I will try to sway the public.
Yeah, just do that. See what happens. Yeah, keep spamming me garbage messages.
Relaud the Romans.
Okay, so new global research mission for us to pick. We could go to the moon thing, but instead we want advanced chemical rocketry. So that we can get, it leads to mining, I think. No, there is mining here. Space mining and refining. There we go. It's really important this happens before we go to the moon. New project available. This space joke, okay. 50% chance on purge.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Let's see if it works this time. 56%. It did get boosted.
People will come to our side.
59%.
Our cause is unjustified.
Crackdown on oligarchs in Kazakhstan happened. Okay, that's not good. Someone's trying to take over Kazakhstan. Someone else is trying to do that as well. People want to boost. The AI is trying to get boost, so that's why they are doing it. This fell now because, again, AI is spamming counselors here. Like, there are so many. Another base, yay. Yeah, we know, there are aliens. Lots of them.
The opposition
again, failed. I'm gonna have to keep rolling. There's nothing I can do about that. We just keep rolling until one of these times it's gonna happen. And then life will be good, because we will have a foothold in Russia. Okay. Morris is gonna get admin. Cap. Calix doesn't have the XP for anything. Really unfortunate. Evangelist, let's get admin. Okay. And I think we'll call the episode here, or the stream. It's been enough for one day for me. Again, I'm still sick. It's 4.5 hours, so we can play some more later if you want. I don't know if people like this game. I do like it. It gets significantly more complex as you go more and more into it. For now, it's still relatively simple. But, again, I like it. So we'll see. I'm gonna make sure we save this. So we do not lose the progress. No problem. I'm gonna send you off on a raid to see someone else, if there is someone else. someone else exists. Do they? Yes. Fisher is playing Doom 3. Sure. Why don't we raid him? So anyways, thanks for watching. See you around. Bye.